Chapter 54:43. Lin Feng destroyed the shadow demon's body with a single palm strike. All that was left of the shadow demon was a ball of origin. It contained a part of the soul origin. Lin Feng began to search for the shadow demon's soul origin. He wanted to see if he could find any special memories from the shadow demon's soul origin. Lin Feng saw many scenes. An incomparably huge palace was hidden in white fog. Inside the palace was a starry sky world. In the starry sky world, there were 33 ancient existences sitting cross-legged. These 33 ancient existences were the lords of the 33 heavens. In addition to the lords of the 33 heavens, there was also a cultivator wearing a black robe. They seemed to be talking about something. When he saw this place, Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. The black-robed cultivator seemed to be a black-robed cultivator. The lords of the 33 heavens. Were they colluding with the black-robed cultivator? Lin Feng's gaze suddenly turned cold. The lords of the 33 heavens really deserved to die. At the same time, Heaven Realm. In the palace of the lords of the 33 heavens, the lords of the 33 heavens opened their eyes at the same time. Someone is spying on us. Who dares to spy on us? Oh, let's see who it is. No matter who it is, they must die. Cold voices could be heard one after another. The lords of the 33 heavens wanted to see through the endless void and find out who was spying on them. In the world where time was reversed, Lin Feng felt like his blood was flowing out of his veins. Danger. Something dangerous had happened. What was going on? Could it be that some powerful existence had their eyes on them? Lin Feng searched with his divine sense but didn't find any living beings. Could it be? Lin Feng thought of a possibility. No one knew what kind of terrifying means the lords of the 33 heavens had. They were so ancient, so powerful. If they could find out that others were spying on their secrets, Lin Feng didn't find it strange at all. In that case, did the lords of the 33 heavens notice something wrong? Could they be searching for him? Great fate technique. Deceive the heavens. Lin Feng hurriedly stopped probing the shadow devil soul origin. He used the Great Destiny spell and isolated all auras. He had deceived everyone. Let the 33 heavens lords search for him. In the end, it was all in vain. In the temple of the heavenly master. Nothing. I didn't get anything either. I didn't gain anything either. Voices could be heard one after another. The voices of the 33 heavens lords were extremely cold and gloomy. His expression was also very ugly. Someone was spying on them. However, they were unable to lock onto the other party's existence. The masters of the 33 heavens didn't think that the person spying on them was their friend. The enemy must be spying on them. If he could discover the other party, perhaps there was a way to kill the other party through the void. If he couldn't find them, then there was no need to mention the matter of exterminating them. Now that they had yet to discover who was spying on them, the lords of the 33 heavens were naturally furious. That person is quite a character, a heaven master said. It's getting more and more interesting. All sorts of monsters have appeared before the end of the epoch. Another heaven master said, I'm guessing that it's the descendants of sinners spying on us. Apart from those filthy sinners, who would dare to spy on us? The third heaven master said coldly, This is a provocation to us. The fourth heaven master said furiously, We haven't acted in a long time. The world seems to have forgotten that when the heavens lords are angry, millions of corpses will fall. The fifth heaven master said, Investigate. Send someone to investigate. We must find out who this person is. The sixth heaven master said, Is the red world fairy dead yet? The seventh heaven master asked, Not yet. However, she should be dead soon. The eighth heaven master said, Very quickly, the 33 heavens lords sent experts to investigate the matter. At this time, a heaven master said, I heard that the celestial emperor has successfully broken through to the saint realm, an insignificant character. A heaven master sneered. The other heaven masters had playful looks on their faces. The heaven master who had spoken was the master of the celestial emperor's wife. It was rumored. The son of the celestial emperor, Di Wudao. He was the illegitimate son of this heaven master and the celestial emperor's wife. Was it true? Who knew? In any case, there were always rumors. Many people believed in one sentence. There was no smoke without fire. There was another sentence. There was no smoke without fire. Since there were such rumors, it meant that some things might be true. Of course, these heaven masters naturally wouldn't bring this matter out in the open. It was just playing with a woman. What was the big deal? A few heaven masters had even slept with their father's concubines when they were young. So what? For existences of their birth, at their level, women were just accessories. However, if this matter was true, how would the Celestial Emperor feel after being cuckolded? The Celestial Emperor could have broken through to the Saint Realm a long time ago. However, he didn't choose to break through. That's because he didn't want to become an ordinary Saint Realm cultivator. He wanted to become the most heaven-defying Saint Realm cultivator since ancient times. He has always been trying to fuse his soul with the Undying Realm. Then, his life will also be connected to the Undying Realm. This way, he can borrow the power of the entire Undying Realm anytime, anywhere. However, breaking through like this is too difficult, but in the end, he still broke through. I think that the current Celestial Emperor probably already has the ability to be undying and indestructible. The current Celestial Emperor is not to be underestimated. Many people were deep in thought. Indeed, the current Celestial Emperor was really not to be trifled with. However, these heaven masters were not really afraid of the Celestial Emperor. The Celestial Emperor was not to be trifled with. Compared to them, there was also a difference in realm. In the world where time had reversed, Lin Feng heaved a sigh of relief. That feeling of danger had finally disappeared. It seemed that he had succeeded in deceiving everyone. Lin Feng planned to return. At this moment, Lin Feng heard footsteps. From afar, they were walking towards him. He stopped. Lin Feng was puzzled. Who would be wandering around outside in the middle of the night? Did he think that he had lived too long and wanted to die quickly? That person. Not long after, he appeared in Lin Feng's line of sight. When he saw that person, Lin Feng's eyes couldn't help but suddenly widen. It was a woman, but now she was dressed as a man. She had an exquisite and beautiful face that looked so pure and moving. There were many bells hanging on her body, so when she walked, it would make a tinkling sound. It was very crisp and pleasant to the ears. Lin Feng really didn't expect it. He would actually see her here. Was this fate? The person who came was none other than someone else. It was the Red World Fairy. Genius 1 second. Remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 54-44. Yo, isn't this my first wife, the Red World Fairy? Lin Feng was very happy in his heart. He really wanted to say to the Red World Fairy, "First wife, you're here. I've been waiting for you here for a long time." These words. In the end, he didn't dare to say it out loud. Who knew if the Red World Fairy would be angered? Then she would roar like a lion from Hudong and beat him until half of his body was paralyzed. Wouldn't he be in trouble then? The Red World Fairy was also a little surprised when she saw Lin Feng. Perhaps she didn't expect to see Lin Feng here. As for Lin Feng, her feelings were very complicated. Back then, Lin Feng was the Red World Fairy's love tribulation. Although the Red World Fairy had forcefully cut off the love tribulation later on, but there were some fetters. But they weren't so easy to cut off. In short, Lin Feng became the only man who was imprinted in the Red World Fairy's mind. Fairy, it's really fate. Lin Feng grinned. It was good to see his first wife. He wanted to hug his first wife. Right now, he needed to restrain himself. Otherwise, he would be treated as a hooligan. The Red World Fairy said, "You're too presumptuous. I warned you before not to casually change my name." Lin Feng said, "You're already a beautiful fairy." What, the Red World Fairy? It sounds so old-fashioned. People who don't know would think that the Red World Fairy is an old witch. You're the old witch. The Red World Fairy rolled her eyes at Lin Feng. She could clearly feel the changes in Lin Feng over the years. In the beginning, Lin Feng was very careful in front of her and was very respectful. However, as Lin Feng's cultivation increased, Lin Feng was getting bolder and bolder. In the world of ordinary people, there was a saying, "Wine makes a bear brave." However, this saying was not prevalent in the world of cultivators. However, The people in the world of cultivators would indeed become bolder after their cultivation increased. In fact, it was similar to the saying that wine boosts a bear's courage. Lin Feng asked, "Did you just get here?" "Yes." The Red World Fairy nodded. She then asked, "Why are you here?" Said Lin Feng, "I heard that you're going to have a battle to the death with Qining Tian, so I came to cheer for you." "How thoughtful of you," the Red World Fairy said. Then, he continued, "Earlier, I sensed an intense fluctuation from afar. Who are you fighting with?" "He's just a nobody. I took care of him in a few moves," Lin Feng said. If the shadow demon knew about this and heard Lin Feng's words, he would definitely cry. Then, he would loudly retort, "You're the one who's a nobody. Your whole family is a nobody." After retorting, he would curse, "Can you stop bragging in the future?" However, the shadow demon was already dead. There was no chance for him to say such words. "Shall we enter the city?" asked Lin Feng. "Yes," said the Red World Fairy. She was really a woman of few words. However, this was actually something that Lin Feng had known the Red World Fairy for so many years. This was the most he had ever spoken to the Red World Fairy. "Let's go. I'll take you into the city," said Lin Feng. He walked in front and led the way for the Red World Fairy. Meeting the Red World Fairy again, Lin Feng was in a good mood. The Red World Fairy followed. Very soon, the two of them arrived outside the city gate. Lin Feng shouted, "Hurry up and open the city gate." The general of the city guard took 1,000,000 immortal stones from Lin Feng. He was still quite diligent in his work. He ordered someone to open the city gate. Then, he let Lin Feng and the Red World Fairy in. The two of them walked on the main street. On the street, it was brightly lit. People came and went, and it was very lively. Immortal Rest City was the main city. However, it was a city that never slept, and it was very lively at night. Lin Feng and the Red World Fairy walked on the main street. They were really a golden couple. Many people couldn't help but point at Lin Feng. The Red World Fairy asked, "Many people are talking about you. Are you very famous?" Lin Feng said, "Oh." The Red World Fairy responded. Actually, Lin Feng was still looking forward to the Red World Fairy, asking him why so many people were talking about him. Then, Lin Feng would tell her about his glorious deeds. He would say that he had killed a top genius in the arena of life and death. Then, he would tell the Red World Fairy about how he had robbed 5 trading companies in Fujian Cave. Was that shocking enough? But there was nothing he could do. The Red World Fairy didn't ask. He had a stomach full of words, but he could only hold them back. "I'll arrange a place for you to stay," Lin Feng said. Actually, Lin Feng really wanted to say, "Why don't you stay with me? I can move my body a little to make room. Anyway, the bed is big enough for the two of us." But for now, it was better not to say these words. "I have a place to stay," the Red World Fairy said. "You booked a place in advance?" Lin Feng asked. "No, I bought a house," the Red World Fairy said. "Is that necessary?" Lin Feng asked. "Yes," the Red World Fairy said. "Why?" Lin Feng asked. "To make money by speculating in real estate," the Red World Fairy said. After hearing the Red World Fairy's words, Lin Feng almost fell to the ground. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. Did the Red World Fairy need to speculate in real estate to make money? Seeing Lin Feng's expression, the Red World Fairy couldn't help but smile. Her laughter was crisp and pleasant. Immortal Venerable Hong Chun was young to begin with. Naturally, she was very young. Not only did she look young, but her body was also young. She was a beautiful woman. Seeing the Red World Fairy smile, Lin Feng knew that he had been teased by the Red World Fairy. "You've changed," Lin Feng said. "How have I changed?" the Red World Fairy asked. "You've become even more tempting to pick you up," Lin Feng said. Actually, Lin Feng was telling the truth. In the past, the Zun Celestial Hong Chun didn't care about the food of mortals. The Red World Fairy was easier to get along with. Of course, Lin Feng was actually quite nervous when he said those words. Lin Feng felt that he was getting bolder and bolder. He actually dared to say such ambiguous words to the Red World Fairy. But the Red World Fairy didn't seem to have any reaction. Was her EQ not enough? Did she not understand what that meant? It was possible. After all, The Red World Fairy hadn't had a lover yet. It seemed normal that she didn't understand some words. Lin Feng and the Red World Fairy arrived at the Red World Fairy's residence. It was a relatively quiet courtyard. Obviously, the Red World Fairy wasn't here to speculate in real estate. It was probably because she wasn't used to living in an inn. After all, that kind of place was noisy. She also didn't want to rent a house. If she kept renting a house, who knew if she would meet a troublesome landlord? So, she bought a small courtyard. After all, she would be staying here for a while. Buying a small courtyard reduced a lot of tedious matters. It was quiet and free. Genius 1 second. Remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 54-45. Lin Feng followed the Red World Fairy into the courtyard. You're still not leaving? The Red World Fairy looked at Lin Feng and asked. It's been a long time since someone stayed here. I'll help you clean up. Lin Feng said. No need. I just need to cast a small spell. The Red World Fairy said. Then she cast a dust cleansing technique. In an instant, the courtyard and rooms became clean and spotless. You can leave now, the Red World Fairy said. Why don't I stay here tonight? Lin Feng said. Why? The Red World Fairy asked. Lin Feng said. I'm worried that Qin Tian will send people to disturb your rest. That will affect your condition. But don't worry, with me here, you won't be disturbed. The Red World Fairy smiled. Is that so? You really don't have any other motives? Of course not. I'm a gentleman. Lin Feng said righteously. Thank you for your kindness, but I'm used to living with men. The Red World Fairy said. All right then. I'll come and see you tomorrow during the day. Lin Feng said. He realized that he had almost become an idiot. Who asked his first wife to be so charming? If he became an idiot, then so be it. After leaving the Red World Fairy's place, Lin Feng returned to his residence. After refining the Sage Realm's origin, Lin Feng's cultivation broke through to the 7th layer of the Sky Immortal Realm. I'll try to break through to the true Immortal Realm soon. Lin Feng laughed. The world where time was reversed was indeed a blessed place. After coming here, his cultivation had increased so quickly. Really, what a great thing. It was the right choice to come here. Time flew, in the blink of an eye. Soon, the day of the Red World Fairy and Qin Tian's deathmatch arrived. On this day, on the square, it was a sea of people. The Red World Fairy was not famous, so she did not receive much attention. However, Qin Tian was very famous. Lin Feng, Tao Dai, and Xinyuan Ruhan arrived at the square and were shocked by the people gathered there. Aren't there too many people? Furthermore, what made Lin Feng speechless was that he saw many female cultivators gathering together and holding banners. Everything was written on the banner. For example, Ingtian, I love you. Ingtian, I support you. Ingtian, you will definitely win. Qin Tian had a lot of diehard fans. Furthermore, most of them were fangirls made up of female cultivators. That guy's background was too good, his strength was too strong, and he was too handsome. It seemed normal to have so many diehard fans. Not long after, there was a commotion in the distance. Qin Tian flew over. Seeing Qin Tian's arrival, the female cultivators in the fan club all started shouting. They were jumping in excitement. At this time, if someone asked them if their parents and Qin Tian fell into the water together, would they save their parents or Qin Tian first? These die-hard fans would definitely choose to save Qin Tian first. Qin Tian had a smile on his face. In the eyes of many people, he was indeed a perfect man. However, Lin Feng was a little hesitant, because Qin Tian looked too feminine. What was a man? A man with masculine aura. That was what a man was. Qin Tian was so feminine. Was he a man? At least, Lin Feng didn't think so. Qin Tian landed on the life and death arena gracefully. Many female fans screamed excitedly. This scene was really deafening. The Red World Fairy also flew over from afar. Very few people had seen the Red World Fairy before. After seeing the Red World Fairy dressed as a man, many people couldn't help but be surprised. They didn't expect the Red World Fairy to be dressed like this, and they also didn't expect the Red World Fairy to be so young and so beautiful. This is the Red World Fairy? Hiske tisk. It's different from what I imagined, Xinyuan Ruhan said. What did you imagine the Red World Fairy to be like? Lin Feng asked. At the very least, she should be a cultivator who has cultivated for hundreds of thousands of years, right? She's the kind of woman who looks serious, but obviously not. She looks so young. Xinyuan Ruhan said. I heard that her appearance is fixed at the age of 16. Lin Feng said. I wonder how strong the Red World Fairy is? Xinyuan Ruhan said. Very strong, Tao Tai said. Then he said that Qin Tian is also very strong. He must have some terrifying methods. Although the Red World Fairy is very strong, it won't be easy to defeat Qin Tian. Lin Feng couldn't agree more with that. After all, in the previous battles, the Red World Fairy wasn't able to kill Qin Tian. Of course, their life and death battle was decided some time ago. Who knew if the Red World Fairy and Qin Tian had made any breakthroughs during this time? After all, there were simply too many opportunities in the time reversal world. It was very possible for them to make a breakthrough during this time. Once they made a breakthrough, they might be able to gain an advantage in the battle. Death punishment. The two of them didn't say much and directly used a powerful divine ability. The divine ability that Qin Tian used condensed an endless amount of death energy. The death energy instantly enveloped the Red World Fairy. The Red World Fairy's lifespan was rapidly being stripped away. What a terrifying divine ability! Xinyuan Ruhan couldn't help but exclaim. Everyone was shocked, including Lin Feng. His face also had an extremely solemn expression. This divine ability didn't just strip away lifespan, because, as one's lifespan was drained away, one's vitality would quickly decline. This had a great impact on one's battle strength. As expected of someone highly regarded by the Lord of the 33 Heavens, he gave immortal Venerable Hong Chen a show of strength. Someone sighed. Yes, Qin Tian is very famous. He's very strong. If the Red World Fairy can't find a way to defeat Qin Tian, it won't be long before she's killed. Then another cultivator said. It was understandable that many people were not optimistic about Venerable Immortal Hong Chen's chances. The death punishment divine ability was very shocking. Tian, you're amazing. Tian, I love you. Qin Tian's die-hard fans were very excited when they saw Qin Tian's divine ability. Lin Feng wanted to punch those die-hard fans so hard that their parents wouldn't be able to recognize them. I've had a lucky encounter recently, and my cultivation level has increased tremendously. Therefore, Hong Chun, if you fight against me, you'll die, said Hong Chun. Qin Tian looked at the Red World Fairy indifferently. He swept out the light of death again. The light of death continued to envelop the Red World Fairy. Genius 1 second. Remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 54-46. The death punishment once again displayed its might as the death energy once again struck Venerable Red Dust's body. The Red World Fairy's lifespan continued to be taken away. The situation was extremely bad for the Red World Fairy. Everyone was very clear about this. Obviously, after fighting so many times, Qin Tian and the Red World Fairy were more familiar with each other. Therefore, the two of them did not test each other. They directly used their killing moves. This battle shouldn't last too long. Good and evil retribution. At this time, the Red World Fairy's attack was finally completed. Good and evil retribution was an extremely strange divine ability attack. It seemed to involve the Tao of Curses and the Tao of Fate. When the good and evil will be rewarded divine ability was cast, no one noticed any special power. However, Qin Tian was sent flying. Pooh! Moreover, Qin Tian could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Heavens, what kind of divine ability is this? Everyone was shocked. Qin Tian's battle prowess. Everyone naturally knew about it. How tyrannical was that? However, after being sent flying by the Red World Fairy's good and evil retribution, he actually spat out blood. It was really too unbelievable. Good and evil retribution? It's actually this kind of divine ability. It's said that, when this divine ability is used, it can cause two completely different effects. At this time, an old man said. Someone recognized the old man's identity. The old man was a terrifying existence. He was a famous rogue cultivator. His name was Wang Tianyu. It was said that he had already touched the threshold of the Saint Realm and was not too far away from breaking through. A powerhouse like Wang Tianyu naturally knew a lot of secrets. At this time, someone asked, "What are the two effects of good and evil retribution?" Wang Tianyu said, "The first effect is called evil retribution. Once evil retribution explodes, it can ignore the opponent's defense and directly cause serious injuries." After hearing Wang Tianyu's words, many people could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. This was too awesome, wasn't it? A divine ability that could ignore defense. It really made people drool. Wang Tianyu continued, "The second effect is called good karma. If this effect appears, then you'll be unlucky, as it will double your opponent's power." Hearing this, many people's mouths couldn't help but twitch violently. The destructive power of this divine ability, evil retribution, was extremely terrifying. But this was the effect of good karma. It was simply despairing. Can you control the probability of good karma and bad karma? Someone asked. I don't know about that, but I think it would be very difficult, or even impossible. After all, there must be a lot of restrictions when using such a technique. Wang Tianyu said. The others nodded. They also agreed with Wang Tianyu's words. In this world, sometimes it was unfair, but sometimes it was very fair. For example, some powerful divine abilities. In a certain aspect, it was very frightening, but on the other hand, there would definitely be flaws. The Red World Fairy is counterattacking. The Red World Fairy's attacks are so powerful. Seeing the Red World Fairy's attacks make Qin Yingtian spit out blood. Xinyuan Ruhan couldn't help but exclaim. Lin Feng nodded, and then he became a little excited. The Red World Fairy's methods were very frightening. So seeing the Red World Fairy launch such a powerful counterattack, Lin Feng wasn't particularly surprised. Good and evil will be repaid. Good and evil will be repaid. You actually know this long-lost divine ability. Qin Yingtian's eyes flashed with a cold killing intent. Revered immortal Hongchan said, I have many means. How can someone like you understand them? Is that so? Qin Yingtian looked coldly at the Red World Fairy and said, Do you know what my position in the heavenly realm is? No. The Red World Fairy replied, My position in the heavenly realm is the Master of Punishments. Qin Yingtian said proudly, Master of Punishments? Sorry, I've never heard of it. The Red World Fairy replied. Qin Yingtian's mouth twitched violently. When he revealed his identity, Yi Zichen was shocked. He had an incomparably arrogant and proud expression. He really wanted to make the Red World Fairy gasp in amazement, or reveal a moved expression. Unfortunately, Honorable Immortal Hong Chun, however, had an indifferent look in his eyes. This made Qin Yingtian feel very stifled. The Red World Fairy didn't know Qin Yingtian's identity, but someone else did. Because, among the spectating cultivators, there were cultivators from the heavenly realm. A cultivator from the heavenly realm said, The Master of Punishments controls the Palace of Punishments and the Law of Punishments. He monitors the heavenly realm on behalf of the Master of the 33 Heavens. Anyone who dares to disrespect the Master of the 33 Heavens will be punished. This was a very special position. It was high up, and no one dared to offend it. Especially, the Law of Punishments controlled by the Master of Punishments. After mastering the Law of Punishments, one would be able to display an extremely terrifying attack power. Just as the cultivator from the heavenly realm finished speaking, Qin Yingtian displayed a new unique skill. Punishing the gods. Qin Yingtian's cold voice rang out. The power of punishment condensed and instantly blasted the Red World Fairy through the void. The Red World Fairy hadn't even stabilized herself yet. The power of punishment once again blasted the Red World Fairy's body. The Red World Fairy was once again blasted away. Ha 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 ha, go to hell. Qin Yingtian laughed loudly. He continued to display the powerful divine ability of punishing the gods to attack the Red World Fairy. The Red World Fairy was constantly being blasted away. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. Although he hated Qin Yingtian very much, he had to admit that this guy was really too terrifying. His cultivation, it was simply heaven-defying. Now, the Red World Fairy seemed to have encountered some trouble. Lin Feng couldn't help but worry about the Red World Fairy. Ingtian, I love you. Ingtian, you're the best. Ingtian, I want to have children with you. Qin Ingtian's brainless fans suddenly became excited, shouting and shouting. In Lin Feng's ears, it was simply noise. Many male cultivators were very jealous in their hearts, especially when some male cultivators found out that the women they pursued were also brainless fans of Qin Ingtian. They were instantly incomparably depressed. After a woman became someone's brainless fan, the probability of that woman's man being cuckolded was quite high. Qin Ingtian wanted to take down the Red World Fairy in one fell swoop. The Red World Fairy was sent flying more than 10 times before she finally got rid of Qin Ingtian's attack. The Red World Fairy's expression also became somewhat ugly. However, the Red World Fairy didn't panic because of this. As expected of one of the important successors of the 33 heavens, you are indeed very powerful. Next, I will let you have a taste of the divine ability I created, the Red World Fairy said. As soon as her voice fell, she began to step forward in the void. Previous loading. Next chapters. Chapter 54-47. Red dust, 3,000 strands of worries. Even the deities are worried. Red dust for the heavens. I control the red dust world Tao. 3,000 eras, 3,000 Tao. I will create a new Tao. The Red World Fairy's voice resounded between heaven and earth. Her voice was very pleasant to the ears, but it also gave people a feeling of incomparable holiness. The Red World Fairy had created her own Tao long ago. Her Tao. She was willing to sacrifice herself for the sake of the world. This was the greatness of the Red World Fairy. And the divine power that the Red World Fairy was using now was called the Red Dust Heavenly Technique. When this divine ability was unleashed, Yizichen's eyes lit up. The Red World Fairy. It was as if she had become the ruler of the world. She was so divine, so extraordinary, and so powerful. Bang! The Red World Fairy's attack landed heavily on Qin Ingtian's body. Qin Ingtian felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Crack! Crack! His body had suffered extremely serious injuries. His bones were broken. Many people exclaimed. The Red World Fairy's divine power was too powerful. Was it really a divine power that she created herself? She actually injured Qin Ingtian to such an extent. You have angered me. Qin Ingtian's face was very ugly. As a genius, he was an existence that dominated the heaven realm. No matter where he went, wasn't he treated like the moon surrounded by stars? When he fought with others, he had never been defeated. His battle record had always been so brilliant. But today, he was injured continuously. This made Qin Ingtian very angry. Bang! Just as Qin Ingtian finished speaking, he was once again attacked by the secular heavenly art. A formless energy slammed into Qin Ingtian's body. Qin Ingtian was sent flying again. This time, Qin Ingtian started coughing up blood. His face was pale. The situation did not look good. The Red World Fairy is so strong, Xinyuan Ruhan said excitedly. Lin Feng said, I'm afraid that Qin Ingtian still has some tricks up his sleeve. On the arena, the Red World Fairy naturally wanted to take advantage of the situation and kill Qin Ingtian as soon as possible. However, this was not an easy task. After all, Qin Ingtian was not an ordinary person. After Qin Ingtian was sent flying several times, he finally used his most powerful technique. Beams of holy light appeared within Qin Ingtian's body. There were a total of 33 beams of holy light. The holy light was restrained, and it could be seen that there was an acupoint within each of the holy light. There were a total of 33 acupoints. Every acupuncture point was dazzling. After seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but feel puzzled. They did not know what kind of technique Qin Ingtian had used. It should be very powerful. Otherwise, Qin Ingtian would not have used it at this moment. It's a meridian cultivation technique. Lin Feng was astonished. Now, he had some understanding of the meridian cultivation technique. After cultivating his own meridian, he would open up many acupoints. At that time, he would be able to unleash some incredible power. Soul-destroying palm. At this moment, Qin Ingtian shouted coldly. He threw a palm towards the Red World Fairy. When Qin Ingtian threw that palm attack, something terrifying happened. All the acupoints in Qin Ingtian's body emitted a terrifying amount of energy. The energy flowed through Qin Ingtian's meridians. Then, all the energy gathered in Qin Ingtian's right hand. Bang! Along with the sound of an incomparably violent collision. The two attacks collided violently, and then both of them were annihilated. Qin Ingtian had cultivated his own meridians, so he could unleash even more power. Lin Feng had not cultivated his own meridians yet. Lin Feng even suspected that the Red World Fairy had not cultivated her own meridians either. Of course, Lin Feng was not very clear about the details, but Lin Feng trusted his intuition. The Red World Fairy smiled coldly and said, "You can cultivate your own meridians with 33 acupoints. It seems that you have learned your meridian cultivation from the Master of the 33 Heavens. Even though you are very talented, you have been following behind the Master of the 33 Heavens. You are walking on other people's paths. At your level, in a battle of life and death, the most important thing is your own Tao. Your meridian cultivation technique is just a support. Therefore, you have already fallen to a lower level." The Red World Fairy's words were extremely harsh. If a person's state of mind was unstable, they would have been greatly affected by the Red World Fairy's words. Qin Ingtian smiled coldly and said, "I'm afraid you think too highly of yourself. One acupoint, one world. The 33 gods can destroy the world." Then, Qin Ingtian shouted coldly. 33 gods appeared in his 33 acupoints. They seemed to be the incarnations of the Master of the 33 Heavens. When the 33 gods appeared, they were all shocked. Everyone felt an unprecedented pressure. Thump, thump. Many people couldn't withstand the pressure and knelt down on the ground. Even some of the stronger cultivators paled at this moment. They had no choice but to retreat quickly. What kind of existences are the 33 gods? Someone asked in horror. Are they incarnations of the Master of the 33 Heavens? Someone else asked. Many people felt that it was possible. Otherwise, how could the 33 gods' chi be so terrifying? Let's see how you'll die. Qin Ingtian looked at the Red World Fairy indifferently. The 33 deities quickly charged toward immortal venerable red dust. At that moment, Lin Feng couldn't help but worry about the Red World Fairy. That was because the 33 gods were simply too terrifying. At that moment, the Red World Fairy suddenly spoke. "As long as the world of mortals exists, I will not die. As long as the world of mortals exists, I will live forever. As long as the world of mortals exists, it will become the Tao. I am the Tao of mortals, the 301st great Tao in the world." The Red World Fairy couldn't help but murmur to herself. The aura of mortals covered the sky. The 33 gods were enveloped by the aura of mortals. "You've created a new great Tao." "No, that's impossible. How can you do that? Let's join hands and kill her." The 33 gods roared, their killing intent soaring to the sky. They wanted to kill the Red World Fairy, but when their attacks landed on the Red World Fairy, her body disappeared without a trace. She disappeared between heaven and earth. She became a part of heaven and earth. When the attacks disappeared, the Red World Fairy reappeared. The bodies of the 33 gods instantly collapsed. The Red World Fairy arrived in front of Qin Ingtian. "I bestow upon you death." The Red World Fairy spoke. She pointed at Qin Ingtian's forehead. A beam of light pierced through Qin Ingtian's head. Qin Ingtian fell on his back and died. Chapter 54-48. Dead. Qin Ingtian was dead. A genius of a generation. Qin Ingtian died just like that. He was one of the successors groomed by the Master of the 33 Heavens. His death. It would definitely cause a huge uproar. Werwu, young Master Qin was actually killed. This bitch deserves to die. I curse this bitch to die a horrible death. Qin Ingtian's fans cursed loudly. At this time, the cultivators who were watching the show, they all came back to their senses. Qin Ingtian is actually dead. This is really unbelievable. The Master of the 33 Heavens will definitely be furious. The 30 masters have controlled the heaven realm for such a long time. They must have extremely terrifying methods. Just wait and see. The master of the 33 heavens will definitely not let the Red World Fairy go. Countless people started to discuss. But no matter what, after this battle, the Red World Fairy's name could be considered to be completely famous in the eastern region of the world. One could imagine. The news of the Red World Fairy killing Qin Ingtian would definitely spread like lightning. It quickly spread throughout the eastern region. Ha 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 ha. Dead. He's finally dead. Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh loudly. Before, Qin Ingtian had even sent the shadow demon to deal with Lin Feng. Both sides had an irreconcilable relationship. Lin Feng guessed. If Qin Ingtian killed the Red World Fairy, then Qin Ingtian would soon make a move on him. Now, Qin Ingtian was killed by the Red World Fairy. This huge threat had finally been eliminated. Lin Feng was also able to relax a little. So powerful. The Red World Fairy is so powerful. From now on, I will be the Red World Fairy's fan. Xinyuan Ruhan was also jumping in excitement. Now this girl. She was so excited that her whole body was trembling. Now, the Red World Fairy had become the great idol of modern women in Xinyuan Ruhan's heart. The outstanding representative of modern women, who said that women were inferior to men. Women could hold up half the sky. Xinyuan Ruhan imagined that one day she could be as powerful as the Red World Fairy. If that day could come, he could even wake up from his dreams with a smile. Xinyuan Ruhan had always been an optimist. Therefore, she believed it. That day would come sooner or later. On the arena, the Red World Fairy wanted to take Qin Ingtian's origin and storage ring. But at this moment, a space-time gate appeared. A cold voice sounded from within the space-time gate. The Red World Fairy, die. After he finished speaking, a finger flew out from the space-time gate. That finger. He pointed at the center of the Red World Fairy's eyebrows. She wanted to kill the Red World Fairy just like how the Red World Fairy killed Qin Ingtian. The Lords of the 33 Heavens have made their move. Someone exclaimed, although this was a world where time had reversed. However, the power of the Lord of the 33 Heavens was simply too terrifying. Therefore, the Lords of the 33 Heavens, they could indeed display some extremely strange and terrifying means. For example, the means that they were displaying now. Across the endless world, condensing the space-time gate, releasing the attack. Lin Feng couldn't help but look solemn. He was one of the strongest cultivators of this era. The combat power of the Lords of the 33 Heavens was too terrifying. If it wasn't for the fact that they couldn't leave the heaven realm at will now. In this world, who could withstand the attacks of the Lords of the 33 Heavens? Destruction of the worlds. The Red World Fairy said softly. She gently waved her sleeve, and a series of mysterious worlds appeared before her. Those were the worlds of the world. They overlapped. When the finger formed by the sacred art pointed at him, Yizichen was stunned. They were instantly trapped in the worlds. The worlds were destroyed. Everything was in vain. Those overlapping worlds were destroyed. That finger was also destroyed. At this moment, the space-time gate took away Qin Ingtian's corpse. Lords of the 33 Heavens, you can't leave the heaven realm now. As for the reason, I know. You must be gnashing your teeth in hatred right now. Don't worry, I will personally kill my way to the heaven realm and overthrow your orthodoxy. The Red World Fairy said. Red Dust is really audacious. She dares to say something like that. She really doesn't want to live anymore. She dares to say such nonsense. She's courting death. She dares to be so disrespectful to the Lords of the 33 Heavens. No one in this world can save this woman's life. Just wait and see. She will definitely die. After hearing the Red World Fairy's words, countless people shouted in shock. The Lords of the 33 Heavens were terrifying existences. They had lived for countless years. They had seen the glory of the immortal ancient era, experienced the turmoil of the chaotic era, and spanned the entire immemorial era until now. They were unimaginably ancient. They were unimaginably powerful. Ever since they took control of the heaven realm, no one had ever dared to challenge their authority, because they were really too powerful. But now, the Red World Fairy. She actually dared to say that she would kill her way into the heaven realm and overthrow the lords of the 33 heavens. This wasn't audacity. What was it? Wasn't she courting death? What was it? Domineering. Truly domineering. Xinyuan Ruhan said excitedly. This was the real, immortal, venerable red dust. This was the red world fairy she knew in the past. Fighting against the heavens. Fighting against the earth. Who could fight against her? The red world fairy was powerful. The most important thing wasn't her divine ability or her Tao. It was her willpower. The red world fairy's willpower was too strong. She would never admit defeat. She would never admit defeat. She dared to challenge the supreme authority. The red world fairy, you think too highly of yourself. This time, we were careless. Just you wait. Very soon, there will be even more powerful existences coming to kill you. A cold voice sounded. Obviously, this was the voice of one of the lords. As for which heavenly lord of the 33 heavens he was referring to, she didn't know. The red world fairy didn't say much to the other party. She directly threw a punch at the space-time gate. Bang! The space-time gate shattered. Blood splattered in the broken space-time gate. Qin Yingtian's body was destroyed. Originally, the lords of the 33 heavens wanted to take away Qin Yingtian's body. Perhaps they could use a divine ability like the soul reconstruction technique to create a new soul. Then, they could use another method to resurrect Qin Yingtian. But the prerequisite for these methods was that they could take away Qin Yingtian's body. Now, Qin Yingtian's body was destroyed by the red world fairy. Qin Yingtian's soul was completely destroyed. The lords of the 33 heavens were powerless. You deserve to die. That angry voice sounded again. Then, it became completely silent. Countless people looked at the red world fairy in awe. Suddenly, some people felt that, perhaps, the red world fairy would really have a day in the future. She would be able to overthrow the lords of the 33 heavens. Please remember the domain name of this book, mobile version of reading website. Chapter 5449. Did you watch the battle between the red world fairy and Qin Yingtian? No, I think Qin Yingtian must have won. After all, he's one of the successors of the leader of the 33 skies. He's terrifyingly strong. It's only natural that he would win. Brother, it's a pity that you didn't watch the battle because the red world fairy killed Qin Yingtian. What? There's such a thing? The red world fairy and I came from the same world. When we were young, we even studied under the same teacher. Her teacher is my uncle. Shit. I didn't think you'd have such a background. We've known each other for so many years, and you've never told me. You're really good at hiding things. I'm a low-key person, after all. Hurry up and tell me what happened in the past. Back then, the celestial master Hongchun was called Fairy Hongchun. We were together day and night, and we fell in love with each other. However, the good times didn't last long. Our sect was attacked, and we were separated. After that, we didn't see each other for many years. I didn't expect that she would come to this world by chance. Brother, we'll definitely support you and the Red World Fairy. The Red World Fairy is my cousin. What? She's your cousin? It can't be, right? Are you trying to trick us? We've known each other for so long. How come we don't know you have a cousin? It's absolutely true. A few years ago, Senior Hongchun even went to visit my grandfather. But at that time, he didn't expect my cousin to be so powerful. Brother, hurry up and ask your cousin for some incredible spells. When we practice together, we'll be able to kill everyone. In the world where time had been reversed, the news that Qin Yingtian had been killed by the Red World Fairy started spreading in many ancient cities. Then, countless people started talking about the Red World Fairy. Various versions of a mortal venerable red dust story had also appeared. But obviously, it was all nonsense. The Red World Fairy's real identity had always been mysterious. Of course, maybe someone knew. However, the other party did not reveal the identity of the Red World Fairy to the public. Within Xianwen City, Lin Feng brought Xinyuan Ruhan to see the Red World Fairy. Lin Feng didn't mean to say anything. As a result, Xinyuan Ruhan knew that she knew the Red World Fairy. Xinyuan Ruhan then pestered Lin Feng. She asked Lin Feng to take her to see the Red World Fairy. The Red World Fairy did not like to interact with unfamiliar people. Lin Feng naturally knew the Red World Fairy's character very well. Therefore, Lin Feng sternly refused. But Xinyuan Ruhan, this little girl, was truly a seductress. Seeing that Lin Feng didn't agree, she began to seduce Lin Feng. She even proposed to let Lin Feng take advantage of her. Lin Feng was a man of integrity and integrity. He was a man of steel. Hearing Xinyuan Ruhan's request, Lin Feng felt that it was necessary to help Xinyuan Ruhan fulfill her wish. So, Lin Feng agreed to Xinyuan Ruhan's request. After that wonderful and moving 15 minutes, Lin Feng and Xinyuan Ruahan came out of the room, blushing furiously. Xinyuan Ruahan's beautiful face looked like it could bleed. Then, they went straight to the Red World Fairy's residence. Xinyuan Ruhan's character was impetuous. The shyness in her heart was quickly washed away by the excitement of seeing the Red World Fairy. Lin Feng took Xinyuan Ruhan to the Red World Fairy's residence. The Red World Fairy stood alone in the courtyard, staring at an ancient tree in a daze. The ancient tree wasn't big, only 3 or 4 meters tall. The ancient tree wasn't thick either, only the size of a bowl, but it looked very strong and powerful. "What are you looking at?" Lin Feng asked curiously. "Ants," the Red World Fairy replied. "You really are in the mood for leisure," Lin Feng said. "Ants look very small, but they can move things hundreds of times their weight," the Red World Fairy said. Lin Feng nodded and said, "Yes, what does that mean?" "It means that ants are naturally good materials for cultivation," the Red World Fairy said. Lin Feng was speechless. Xinyuan Ruhan was speechless. The Red World Fairy continued, "But unfortunately, ants' brains are too poorly developed, and it's difficult for them to condense their own consciousness. It's almost impossible for them to gain intelligence, so ants are basically unable to cultivate. If ants could cultivate, they would definitely be very powerful." Lin Feng was speechless. Xinyuan Ruhan was speechless. "But I'll try to see if I can help ants gain intelligence." Lin Feng and Xinyuan Ruhan could only smile bitterly. What was the point of doing all this? At least from their point of view, it wasn't very meaningful. They were just ants. They could be seen everywhere. No one would care about whether ants lived or died. You could just stomp on them. You might just step on a few of them. "Have you had any results?" Lin Feng asked. Venerable Red Dust smiled and said, "There's a result." Then she stretched out her hand, and an ant was in her palm. The ant was actually devouring the energy of the world. This ant can really cultivate. Xinyuan Ruhan found it very interesting. "Your interests are really strange," said Lin Feng. Lin Feng said, "It's not an interest," the Red World Fairy said. "I hope that all living things in the world can be like dragons. Even an ant can have its own thoughts and have a wonderful life." Lin Feng nodded. The Red World Fairy's thoughts were indeed on an extremely profound level. It was admirable. "One day, I will definitely be able to achieve this. Everyone in the world will be like dragons. There will be no distinction between high and low. Everyone will be able to live happily with their families and never have to worry about making a living again," the Red World Fairy said. Lin Feng said, "I also hope that there will be such a day. I hope that there will be no more killing. But it's too idealistic." The Red World Fairy smiled and said, "It will. Believe in me. Believe in yourself. In the future, you, me, and perhaps some others will join forces to create such a prosperous world." Hearing the Red World Fairy say this, Lin Feng couldn't help but look forward to it. If such a situation could really happen, it could indeed be called a prosperous world. "I believe that you can do it," Xinyuan Ruhan said. Lin Feng said, "This girl is called Xinyuan Ruhan. She's the daughter of the Peerless Cliff's Cliff Master. She said that she's a die-hard fan of yours and pestered me to see you, so I brought her here." The Red World Fairy nodded. She looked at Xinyuan Ruhan, and her eyes flashed slightly. Although she hid it very well, Lin Feng still noticed it. Lin Feng couldn't help but be puzzled. What was going on? Had the Red World Fairy discovered something? Could it be? Had something happened to Xinyuan Ruhan? Chapter 5450. Big Sister Red Dust, I admire you so much. Xinyuan Ruhan's eyes narrowed into crescents. The Red World Fairy smiled and said, "To be honest, we do have some connections." Xinyuan Ruhan looked at the Red World Fairy suspiciously. She didn't know what the Red World Fairy meant when she said they had some connections. The Red World Fairy said, "Your sister is called Xinyuan Ruashue, right?" Xinyuan Ruhan was surprised. "You know my sister?" Lin Feng said, "You don't have any siblings, do you? Where did this sister come from?" "She's from the same clan," Xinyuan Ruhan said. Lin Feng nodded. The Red World Fairy said, "Yes, I know your sister. When I first entered the time reversal world, I learned many things about it from her. So that's how it is. I never thought that we would have such a fate. Why don't you accept me as your disciple, Big Sister Red Dust? I'll definitely cultivate well and bring glory to our sect." Xinyuan Ruhan said. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. How could Xinyuan Ruhan be so thick-skinned? "Are you familiar with the Red World Fairy? How long have you known each other? You're actually asking the Red World Fairy to accept you as her disciple? Can't you be a little more reserved?" The Red World Fairy said, "Sure, but you'll have to ask your father for his opinion on this matter." "Wow, that's great. My father will definitely agree." Xinyuan Ruhan was instantly overjoyed. Lin Feng was a little surprised. He immediately fell into deep thought. He didn't think so. The Red World Fairy wouldn't casually accept a disciple. Why would she accept Xinyuan Ruhan? Lin Feng thought back to the Red World Fairy's strange gaze. What had the Red World Fairy seen? Lin Feng felt that he had to ask more questions. "Go back and prepare. We'll go see your father together." The Red World Fairy said, "All right, I'll be going then," Xinyuan Ruhan said excitedly. Then she ran outside, not even caring about Lin Feng. Lin Feng asked, "I saw something strange in your eyes just now. Is there something wrong with Xinyuan Ruhan?" "No, there's nothing wrong with her," the Red World Fairy said. "The reason why my gaze changed was because I saw something that even Xinyuan Ruhan didn't know about." "What is it?" Lin Feng asked curiously. "If I'm not mistaken, Xinyuan Ruhan is a reincarnated body," the Red World Fairy said. "The reincarnation of an expert?" Lin Feng asked in surprise. Hong Chen nodded and said, "To be precise, something must have happened to that expert back then, which caused her soul to completely shatter. However, there are still some memories of the Tao and the inheritance of power sealed in the depths of Xinyuan Ruhan's mind. It won't be easy to awaken those things. If I'm not wrong, Xinyuan Ruhan's father should have discovered this, but he probably didn't tell Xinyuan Ruhan about it. I plan to go see Xinyuan Ruhan's father and tell him about this matter, because I have a way to help Xinyuan Ruhan awaken those memories and those powerful powers." "All right." Lin Feng couldn't help but nod. Lin Feng said, "It seems that we'll have to part ways. Where do you plan to go?" The Red World Fairy asked. "The ancient tomb of the immortals," Lin Feng said. After hearing Lin Feng's words, the Red World Fairy frowned slightly and said, "That's an extremely terrifying place. Danger lurks everywhere. No one dares to go there. Why do you want to go there?" "I heard that my protector appeared there. I want to go there and have a look," Lin Feng replied. "All right, be careful," the Red World Fairy said. "I will," Lin Feng said with a smile. After leaving the Red World Fairy's place, Lin Feng was in a very good mood. The Red World Fairy was starting to care about him. That was a big improvement. On the way back, Lin Feng was thinking about something. If the Red World Fairy really accepted Xinyuan Ruhan as a disciple, Venerable Immortal Hong Chun was also his first wife. Xinyuan Ruhan's relationship with him was also very ambiguous. What was going on? Accepting both master and disciple? That was too evil. The next day, the Red World Fairy and Xinyuan Ruhan left. Lin Feng and Tao Dai also left. Lin Feng and Tao Tai directly flew in the direction of the ancient tomb of the immortals. The third day after Lin Feng and Tao Dai left, an expert from Futyin Cave came in person. The person who came was a middle-aged man. He was a Saint Realm expert. This person was called Xian Beige. He was a top expert from Xian Chunzi's mother's clan. Xian Chunzi's mother was the vice master of Futyin Cave. She was now entangled with an extremely important matter. She couldn't get away. Therefore, she sent Xian Beige to deal with Xian Chunzi's matter. After Xian Beige arrived, he didn't hide his terrifying aura. That terrifying Saint Realm aura enveloped the entire Xianwen city. It was really too scary. After Xianbei arrived, he directly led people to surround Matchless Cliff Station. Many people were attracted by the commotion. Then, many people talked about it. They thought that Matchless Cliff was going to go to war with Fujian Cave. This matter caused a huge uproar. If these two behemoths were to go to war, it would definitely cause a catastrophe. Therefore, many people quickly rushed over, wanting to see what was going on. Xinyuan Zishuan obviously knew Xianbei. He cupped his fists and said, Matchless Cliff and Fujian Cave don't have any grudges. Senior, why did you lead people to surround Matchless Cliff Station? Xianbei said coldly, Don't think that I don't know. That kid lives in Matchless Cliff Station. Xinyuan Zishuan naturally knew who Xianbei was talking about. He said, Lin Gongzi did live in Matchless Cliff Station. He's Ruhan's friend, but we didn't participate in the grudge between Lin Gongzi and Fairy Chan. I know. That's why I came here today to find that kid. I won't involve Matchless Cliff in this. Xianbei said. Xinyuan Zishuan said, 3 days ago, he left. I don't know where he went. Hearing this, Xianbei coldly asked, Really? Of course. I swear on my family's name that everything I said is true. Xinyuan Zishuan said. Xianbei's expression was gloomy as he left. He then sent people to gather information. Lin Feng had left in a very low-key manner, but if one investigated carefully, they would be able to find some clues. After confirming that Lin Feng had left, Xianbei didn't stay and quickly left Xianwen City. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version. Chapter 54-51. The outside world was not peaceful, and danger lurked everywhere. At night, there would be many terrifying and unknown dangers, especially now that Lin Feng and Tao Tai were deep in the eastern region. The deeper they went, the more dangerous it would be. We have to pass through the mountain range of flames. This is an extremely terrifying region because the Flame Fiend Lord lives there. On this day, Lin Feng and Tao Tai stopped at a small town to rest. Tao Tai took out a map and showed it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at it and saw that they were not too far away from the mountain range of flames. They were only about 300,000 kilometers away. For cultivators of their level, they could reach it in a day. What kind of existence is the Flame Fiend Lord? Lin Feng asked. I don't know. Tao Tai smiled bitterly. What? You don't know? What does that mean? Lin Feng asked doubtfully. Tao Tai replied, I really don't know, because anyone who has seen the Flame Fiend Lord is already dead. Since everyone who has seen the Flame Fiend Lord is already dead, why does everyone know that the Flame Fiend Lord lives in the mountain range of flames? Lin Feng asked. This is a legend. The legend says that the Flame Fiend Lord lives there. Tao Tai replied. Lin Feng could not help but smile bitterly. Could legends be trusted? Sometimes. But sometimes not. However, Lin Feng felt that the legend of the Flame Fiend Lord was more credible. Even if the existence in the mountain range of flames was not the Flame Fiend Lord, it would definitely be an extremely terrifying existence. Or else, there would not have been so many cultivators who died in the mountain range of flames. What do we need to prepare? Lin Feng asked. Tao Tai replied, Let's go to the market and ask around. Maybe we can find something. Okay. Lin Feng nodded. He and Tao Tai went to the market. They had indeed found some information in the market. To pass through the mountain range of flames, they needed to prepare some special things. More accurately, they needed to prepare an undead cloak. It was tainted with the aura of the undead. It emitted a pungent stench. Although it smelled very bad, it was said that the effect was quite good when worn. Of course, but that doesn't mean you can safely pass through the Fire Mountain range. Because it was said that the Flame Fiend Monarch would sometimes appear in the Fire Sea Mountain range. If he encountered the fiery Flame Fiend, she couldn't hide herself no matter what she wore. Lin Feng and Tao Tai bought 2 undead cloaks in the makeshift market. He didn't know how this kind of magic treasure was refined. It smelled really bad. However, this kind of undead cloak was a hot product. It was almost impossible to meet the demand. Because they wanted to pass through the mountain range of flames, he could only rely on the undead cloak. You can't count on anything else. Of course. If you think you're strong enough, you can buy the undead cloak. Swaggering through the flaming sea mountain range was also possible. However, without the protection of the undead cloak, it was very likely that he would be discovered by the fiery flame fiend. At that time, he would definitely die. If the fiery flame fiendlord didn't notice, then that would be something worth celebrating. This means that you can successfully pass through the fiery mountain range. Lin Feng and Tao Dai decided to rest for the night and leave for the flaming sea mountain range tomorrow morning. There was a restaurant in the town, but the connections were a problem. Lin Feng pulled Tao Dai to eat at the street stall. Actually, the food at the street stall also tasted very good. There were also more things to eat at the street stall. For example, barbecue, all kinds of cooking, and so on. Everything was available. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, the two of them looked for an inn to rest. When they came to an inn to book a room, several cultivators wearing conical bamboo hats and loose robes arrived. After booking the room, Lin Feng and Tao Dai left, and they went to book another room. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. After returning to his room, Lin Feng was still thinking about the matter of the cultivators from before. Why are you frowning? Tao Dai came to Lin Feng's room and saw the frowning Lin Feng and couldn't help but ask curiously. Lin Feng asked Tao Dai to close the door and then added a few soundproof restrictions. Then he said, "Those cultivators wearing bamboo hats just now were foreign creatures." What's wrong? Foreign creatures aren't rare in this world where time has reversed. Tao Dai said. I know, Lin Feng said, but something seems wrong with them. What's wrong? Tao Dai asked doubtfully. One of those foreign creatures is injured, said Lin Feng, shaking his head. Lin Feng said, yes, I also sensed that one of them was injured, and his breathing was chaotic. It seems that his injury isn't light. Tao Dai said, his injury is quite special. It contains a familiar aura. Lin Feng said, a familiar aura? Was it an expert you know who injured him? Tao Dai asked in surprise. If I'm not wrong, that guy's injury was caused by the quasi-king of the Demon Lake. Lin Feng said. At that time, Lin Feng had just entered the world where time had reversed. He had gone to the Demon Lake with Hongyu, and the others. At that time, the Demon Lake was in turmoil. The quasi-king level existence had personally taken action. It was said that quasi-king level existence was almost at the level of a saint. Many cultivators died because of it. Later, Lin Feng found out. It seemed that some foreign creatures had stolen something from the depths of the Demon Lake. They had completely angered the quasi-king. What exactly was it? Lin Feng didn't know. However, Lin Feng still remembered the quasi-king's aura. That injured foreign creature had the quasi-king's aura. This meant that injured foreign creature was injured by the quasi-king of the Demon Lake, the foreign creature that had stolen the treasure. It should be these foreign creatures in front of him. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Tao Dai said, at that time, the quasi-king of the Demon Lake was furious because some kind of treasure was stolen. If your guess is correct, doesn't that mean that the ones who stole the treasure were those guys inside? Lin Feng nodded. That's right. Tao Ye's eyes revealed killing intent. What do you want to do? Kill them and steal their treasures, Lin Feng said. If it was someone else, Lin Feng might hesitate. However, there was no need to be polite to the foreign creatures. These guys, who knew how many deaths they had caused. These foreign creatures, they all deserved to die. Kill them. It was also to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. Lin Feng's plan coincided with Tao Ye's. Tao Dai said, no problem. When do we make our move? Lin Feng thought for a moment and said, tonight. Go back and prepare. We'll make our move at midnight. Chapter 54-52. In the middle of the night. Late at night. It was a good time to make a move. Tao Dai came to Lin Feng's place. A few people seemed to be living together. Tao Dai said. He had already scouted out information about those people. A few men living together. Are they all interested in men? Lin Feng couldn't help but curse. Of course. Lin Feng was only teasing. Actually, he knew. Those guys didn't have any interest in men. The reason why they lived together was, Lin Feng estimated, it was because they were more cautious. In addition, they did have very precious things on them, which was why they were like this. Lin Feng said, There are 5 of them. You and I will each deal with one. In addition, my Stone Man clone will deal with one. Demon Lord, you help deal with one. As for the injured cultivator, leave it to the swarm. Lin Feng did not let Bibi and the others make a move, although he wanted to train Bibi and the others. However, the situation in front of them was too dangerous, so it was not suitable for them to make a move. All right, let's do that, Tao Dai said. The Demon Lord also sent a sound transmission to Lin Feng, saying that there was no problem. Lin Feng waved his hand. It wrapped around Tao Dai. It disappeared without a trace. When it reappeared, it was already outside the room where the foreign creatures lived. These guys, they actually condensed a powerful restriction to protect the place where they lived. They were really cautious. As a result, if someone tried to force their way in, it would definitely alarm these foreign creatures. If they wanted to break the formation, it would also alarm a few foreign creatures. So, the current situation was, no matter what, even a few foreign creatures would be alarmed. However, Lin Feng had a way. Lin Feng had obtained the stone scripture. Recently, when he was free, he had also studied the stone scripture. Now, Lin Feng had mastered some powerful methods of the stone scripture. For example, the stone scripture could turn any restriction into a void. The meaning of the void restriction was actually very easy to understand. It meant that the stone scripture could make those restrictions become illusory. When the restriction became illusory, it would lose all of its power. At this time, anyone could pass through the restriction. However, when the stone scripture no longer had any effect on these restrictions, the stone scripture could no longer be used. The restriction would quickly recover to its original state. In the process of turning the restriction into void, it would not produce any energy fluctuations. Everything happened in silence. Therefore, the other party wouldn't find out. Lin Feng activated the stone scripture. A strange energy shot out from the stone scripture. The strange energy fused into the restriction. Next, the restriction became illusory. The ability of the stone scripture. It was truly extraordinary. Lin Feng revealed a look of joy as he used his magic power to wrap around the Tao Tai. Then, he used the void travel technique. He didn't make any noise. He entered the room silently. Immediately after, Lin Feng and Tao Dai each locked onto a target and quickly attacked. The Demon Lord flew out of the demon orb. Similarly, he locked onto a terrifying existence and quickly charged over. Lin Feng's Stone Man avatar. He also flew out. He charged towards a terrifying existence. Lin Feng's Stone Man avatar was quite terrifying now. Because, the Stone Man avatar, he had already broken through to the peak of the true immortal realm. The Stone Man avatar who cultivated the Stone Man 9 transformations immortal scripture. In addition, Lin Feng provided him with endless resources. His cultivation speed was ridiculously fast. Of course, now, the Stone Man avatar had also encountered a bottleneck. That was the bottleneck of breaking through to the sacred realm. This was not easy. If there was no great opportunity, it would be very difficult to break through. Therefore, Lin Feng thought, would he be able to help the Stone Man clone find some powerful fortuitous encounters? Let the Stone Man avatar break through to the sacred realm. Of course, Lin Feng also knew that this couldn't be rushed. This kind of thing couldn't be done in a hurry. After the Stone Man avatar flew out, the desert god killing bugs that Lin Feng cultivated also flew out. Right now, the desert god killing bugs were the strongest. Therefore, Lin Feng didn't take out any other bugs. Not good, enemy attack. A foreign creature shouted in a deep voice. They were really vigilant. The other foreign creatures woke up one after another. The foreign creature that Lin Feng locked onto naturally woke up as well. However, Lin Feng's attack had already arrived. He directly used the Dracophant arm to deal with this foreign creature. The power of the Dracophant arm 6 times instantly erupted. Lin Feng punched towards this foreign creature. You're courting death. This foreign creature roared angrily. It was a human cultivator. And it was a young human cultivator who dared to use his own body to deal with him. He was really overestimating himself. This foreign creature punched towards Lin Feng. He was also using pure physical strength. Of course, he had to use his physical strength even if he didn't use it. Lin Feng had already reached his side. He didn't have time to use his divine ability. Bang! Accompanied by the sound of a violent collision. Lin Feng was completely fine. Instead, this foreign creature was sent flying by Lin Feng's punch. Crack! Crack! This foreign creature's arm was directly broken. Lin Feng's punch just now had seriously injured him. When it came to physical strength, Lin Feng had never been afraid of anyone. How is this possible? This foreign creature roared in disbelief. Their race's physical strength was actually extremely strong, even among the creatures of the other side. They were also a race with relatively strong physical bodies. However, right now, he was competing with a human cultivator who had a weak, fleshly body. He was actually being crushed. He couldn't accept this. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He quickly attacked. Once again, he punched towards this foreign creature. Beat a drowning dog. Lin Feng didn't want to give him time to react. This foreign creature was locked onto by Lin Feng, because Lin Feng's speed was really too fast. Therefore, this foreign creature had no way to escape from Lin Feng's attack. Therefore, this foreign creature had no choice but to put his arm in front of him to block Lin Feng's attack. Lin Feng's attack. It directly broke this foreign creature's arm. Then, it fiercely smashed into the chest of this foreign creature. This foreign creature's chest directly exploded. Lin Feng punched out for the third time. This foreign creature was killed by Lin Feng. Lin Feng quickly took this foreign creature's storage ring. At the same time, Tao Tai, the Stone Man clone, and the Demon Lord also succeeded in killing the foreign creature that they had locked onto. However, the foreign creature that was surrounded by the desert god killing bugs crushed a jade talisman. Then, he escaped through the void. Tao Tai and the others took the storage ring of the foreign creature that they killed. Lin Feng didn't know who had the item, and he didn't have time to check it now. Maybe the item was with the foreign creature that escaped. Therefore, even if he got the storage rings of the other 4 foreign creatures, he couldn't guarantee that he could get that item. Therefore, the foreign creature that escaped had to be caught. Only in this way could they ensure that they could get that unknown treasure. Lin Feng hurriedly put the Stone Man clone and the swarm of bugs back into his body, while the Demon Lord returned to the Demon Orb. Then, Lin Feng wrapped Tao Tai with his magic power, traveled through the void, and quickly chased after the foreign creature that escaped. Chapter 54-53. In the darkness, with a flash of light, the foreign creature rushed out. However, his expression was incomparably gloomy and ugly. He really didn't expect that such an unforeseen event would happen. They had clearly set up an extremely powerful restriction. Such a powerful restriction was actually broken by someone without a sound. This shouldn't be. This foreign creature couldn't figure out what went wrong. But fortunately, now, he had successfully escaped with his life. There were other things. He couldn't be bothered to pay attention to them. He moved through the darkness. But not long after, his expression changed slightly because he felt as if something was chasing him from behind. Not long after, he saw a vicious beast. Tao Tai. That was actually a Tao Tai. Tao Tai was an evil beast. It was extremely terrifying. If he wasn't injured, he could still fight a great battle with Tao Tai. But now, he was injured. He didn't have the courage to fight Tao Tai at all. So, this foreign creature continued to run. He felt very sullen. He even forgot when was the last time he encountered such a sullen situation. However, his current physical condition wasn't too good. He could only choose to continue running. At this moment, he saw a cultivator walking over step by step in front of him. It's you. When he saw the cultivator walking over step by step, the foreign creature's expression suddenly changed, because this cultivator was none other than Lin Feng. He had previously seen Lin Feng display heaven-defying physical strength. He had killed one of his companions. Tao Tai chased after him. He transformed into his human form. After seeing the appearance of the Tao Tai, he was shocked. The foreign creature's expression suddenly changed again. We have no enmity with you. Why are you attacking us? The foreign creature said with a gloomy expression. Judging from his tone, it was as if he was a pitiful victim. Lin Feng sneered and said, "There's a saying that I don't know if you've heard of." "What saying?" the foreign creature asked. "Foreign creatures, everyone has the right to punish them." Lin Feng said indifferently. Hearing this foreign creature's expression became even uglier. Who can be blamed for all this? We can only blame you foreign creatures for being too despicable. After crossing over from the cosmos to come here, you should have just obediently remained dormant. Why did you have to be so restless, starting great battles again and again? Just how many people have died because of you all in this great era? Killing you is also doing justice for the heavens. Lin Feng sneered. You can only fool children with such words. The world is bustling with activity, and everyone is here for the sake of profit. Aren't you all taking action because you know that we have precious supreme treasures here? Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. This foreign creature wasn't simple after all, coming back to his senses so quickly. Lin Feng said, Hand it over. Haha. If he were to hand it over to you now, wouldn't he die very quickly? I don't have a problem with that, but you have to let me go. This foreign creature said with a gloomy expression. If this guy wasn't bluffing, in other words, that item, it was indeed on him. It wasn't on the bodies of the other foreign creatures. Lin Feng sneered. Do you think you have the right to negotiate with us here? Of course I do. If you don't cooperate, I'll destroy this item. The foreign creature said, and then he took out an item. He held the item in his hand. Lin Feng looked over. He discovered that the item was actually a mysterious crystal the size of a palm. The crystal was aqua blue in color, and it was extremely beautiful. He didn't know what it was used for. It's a great Tao immortal crystal. It's actually something like this. At this moment, the Demon Lord's shocked voice rang out. After hearing the Demon Lord's voice, Lin Feng hurriedly asked, Demon Lord, what is a great Tao immortal crystal? The Demon Lord replied, It's a good item, and it can allow one's Tao to evolve further. Hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but gasp. Allow one's Tao to evolve further. That was terrifying. Why was the Red World Fairy so powerful? That was because the Red World Fairy's mortal Tao had already reached perfection. The Red World Fairy had created many divine abilities, but the Red World Fairy's self-created divine abilities were also that powerful? Why was that? The reason was because her Tao had already reached perfection. Those divine abilities were created based on one's own Tao. When the Red World Fairy's Tao reached perfection, the divine abilities created would naturally be incomparably powerful. However, how difficult was it to reach perfection in a Tao? Even if a cultivator cultivated a Tao that had existed for a long time, it would still be very difficult to reach perfection. Not to mention a Tao created by oneself. A Tao created by oneself needed to be explored in the future. Everything was as blank as a piece of paper. Therefore, to reach perfection in a Tao created by oneself, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Lin Feng had created the path of the supreme cultivators. It was even more powerful than the Red World Fairy's mortal Tao. Lin Feng's supreme reincarnation fist. It was even more powerful than the Red World Fairy's mortal heavenly technique. However, at the same stage, Lin Feng's Tao and Lin Feng's divine abilities were not as powerful as the Red World Fairy's. Why was that? Because Lin Feng's Tao was still at the initial stage. It was equivalent to an entry-level Tao. If one wanted to make one's Tao and divine abilities more powerful, one needed to improve one's Tao further. Entry-level, small success, great success, perfection, and great perfection. Every step he took was a huge improvement. However, how to take this step was the key. Sometimes, cultivation was not something that could be cultivated to a higher level just because one wanted to. Many times, hard work often did not have much effect. At this time, some opportunities were needed. This opportunity was like a catalyst. It could allow a cultivator who had no clue to find a breakthrough. Lin Feng looked at the great Tao immortal crystal in the hands of the foreign being. No wonder the Quasi-King was so angry. It was because an extremely rare great Tao immortal crystal had been stolen. Now, stay away from me. As long as I leave safely, I will leave the item behind. The foreign being said, Are you trying to trick a 3-year-old? Tao Tai said speechlessly. Lin Feng said, Fine. We will let you go, but you must leave the item behind. Of course. The foreign being said. He flew into the distance. Lin Feng and Tao Tai did not chase after him. Idiot. The spirit looked at Lin Feng mockingly. He wanted to leave as quickly as he could. Pooh. In the next moment, His head was pierced by the power of the curse. A headless corpse. It fell to the ground. Genius 1 second. Remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 54:54. Before the corpse fell to the ground, Lin Feng rushed over. He grabbed the great Tao immortal crystal that had slipped out. Lin Feng's face showed a hint of joy. He finally got the great Tao immortal crystal. It really wasn't easy to get this thing. Lin Feng put away the great Tao immortal crystal. Then, he took off the foreign creature's storage ring. A heavenly flame instantly burned the foreign creature's corpse to ashes. "Let's go," Lin Feng said to Tao Dai. Tao Dai nodded. The two returned to the town. Because it was safer in the town, they didn't want to spend the night outside. After returning, the two returned to their rooms to rest. There was only one great Tao immortal crystal, so Lin Feng took it. He could compensate Tao Dai, the demon lord, and the others in other ways. Lin Feng adjusted his state. Then he took out the great Tao immortal crystal. He held it in his hand. Then, Lin Feng heard the sound of the heavenly Tao resounding in his ears. Lin Feng was very surprised. Great Tao immortal crystal. It was so extraordinary. He hadn't refined it yet, but it had already produced the sound of the great Tao. Lin Feng began to refine the great Tao immortal crystal. The great Tao immortal crystal was really extraordinary. As Lin Feng refined it, the energy inside the great Tao immortal crystal was gradually absorbed by Lin Feng. Lin Feng's face showed joy, because he could clearly feel that when the energy was absorbed by his body, many great Taos in his body resonated. As expected of the great Tao immortal crystal, as expected of a treasure that could help cultivators improve their great Tao level. Of course, could it help their Tao level up? There were many aspects to consider. The great Tao immortal crystal was just a support. If a cultivator didn't have the ability to understand, even if they got a treasure like the great Tao immortal crystal, they probably couldn't improve their Tao. But Lin Feng was the kind of person who had the ability to understand. Under the effect of the great Tao immortal crystal, Lin Feng had a feeling. It was as if he had entered a mysterious realm. This was the feeling of being immersed in the great Tao. Around them, Tao sounds lingered in the air. Lin Feng felt as if his body was about to become a part of the great Tao. What is the Tao of supremacy? At this moment, Lin Feng heard a voice. He turned his head to look. Discovery. Not far behind him, a man was sitting cross-legged. That man was hazy and couldn't be seen clearly. However, that man, on the other hand, gave off a mysterious feeling. The Tao of a sovereign is a Tao that transcends everything, Lin Feng said. Indeed, the Tao of a supreme cultivator surpasses everything. Therefore, when you practice the Tao of a supreme cultivator, you must have the courage to move forward courageously. The man said, I have such courage, Lin Feng said firmly. Look behind you, the man said. Lin Feng turned to look. He saw that the world behind him had suddenly changed. It had been a hazy world, but now it had become a world full of slaughter. In that world, there were earth-shattering sounds of killing everywhere. Groaning, Lin Feng heard a dragon's roar. He saw an extremely powerful Eastern divine dragon soar into the sky. Then it charged into the sky. It engaged in a great battle with an unknown existence. But not long after, the Eastern divine dragon fell from the sky. That Eastern divine dragon finally fell. Seeing this, Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. That Eastern divine dragon was so powerful, but it had fallen. It was unbelievable. Of course, what Lin Feng found most unbelievable was that the Eastern divine dragon had fallen too quickly. It should have at least held on for a while, right? But that Eastern divine dragon had fallen so quickly. This showed that the Eastern divine dragon's opponent was too terrifying. In another battlefield, a powerful stone golem king roared and charged toward Gao Qiong. But the stone golem king's fate was the same as the Eastern divine dragon's. Not much later, the stone golem king had fallen. Lin Feng was moved. He turned to look at the hazy existence and asked, that ancient battlefield is an illusion, right? When did the great battle take place? This is the ancient battlefield during the Dark Age. Who knows how many experts have fallen? Since you have the path of supremacy, enter the ancient battlefield and fight. The hazy existence said. Lin Feng frowned slightly and said, everything in front of me is illusory. So what if I enter the ancient battlefield? This is only the spiritual world. The hazy existence said, if you think so, then you are gravely mistaken. The ancient battlefield is the power of will that was imprinted countless years ago. Even after so many years, the ancient battlefield still exists between heaven and earth. Even if this is only the spiritual world, once you enter the ancient battlefield, your spiritual power will be damaged, and it will still cause great harm to you. Hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. You really can't participate in a battle of that level. It is understandable that you would give up. The hazy existence said. His voice was very bewitching. Lin Feng was almost bewitched by his voice. If he had been bewitched, he would have chosen to give up. This was a form of denial of oneself. Since it was the path of supremacy, how could he retreat? Fortunately, Lin Feng's willpower was strong, and he wasn't really bewitched. I won't give up, Lin Feng said. Since I have embarked on this path, I know that it is either success or death. So, even if it is a dragon's lair or a tiger's den, even if there is a 10% chance of death, I will not retreat. Lin Feng continued. He directly shot up into the sky and rushed towards the ancient battlefield. His spiritual power being damaged would have a great impact on his cultivation. But so what? Even if his spiritual power was damaged, he absolutely couldn't choose to retreat. Lin Feng quickly rushed into the ancient battlefield. The next moment, the world spun. Lin Feng found that all the scenes had disappeared. He was still sitting cross-legged on the bed. He was still in the same room. The hazy existence was gone. The ancient battlefield was gone. Everything was gone. But, to Lin Feng's surprise, his path of supremacy, he had actually broken through. Courage. Indomitable faith. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. His gaze became firmer and firmer. The reason why the Red World Fairy was so strong had a lot to do with her indomitable will and daring to challenge everything. This time, Lin Feng's path of supremacy had risen from the entry level to the small success level. It was also because Lin Feng had strengthened his Tao heart and had an indomitable will that he finally broke through the obstacles. His path of supremacy had successfully broken through to a higher level. Genius. Remember this site's address in 1 second. Chapter 54-55. Although Lin Feng's realm did not make a breakthrough. However, Lin Feng's Tao made a breakthrough. Lin Feng felt that his battle strength had improved a lot. However, Lin Feng was not particularly sure how much his battle strength had improved. Unless there was a real battle, only then could he determine how much his battle strength had improved. The breakthrough of the Supreme Tao made Lin Feng's mood quite good. The next day, Lin Feng and Tao Dai set off for the group of Immortals' ancient tomb. There were a lot of cultivators going to the group of Immortals' ancient tomb. However, crossing the Sea of Fire mountain range was a more serious problem. Many people came to the Sea of Fire mountain range and began to wander around. After all, the legend of the Flame Fiend made many people afraid. Not everyone had the courage to risk crossing the Sea of Fire mountain range. However, Lin Feng and Tao Dai must cross it. Lin Feng needed to find the barbarians, so he had to take the risk and cross it. Perhaps, would they encounter any danger in the Sea of Fire mountain range? This was also something that was extremely possible. Because Lin Feng and Tao Dai arrived at the Sea of Fire mountain range at night, they did not act immediately. Instead, they planned to wait until tomorrow during the day. Moving at night, Lin Feng was worried that they would encounter some terrible creatures. However, there were also some cultivators who felt that it would be safer to move at night. In their words, it was the safest time and the most dangerous time. The most dangerous time was the safest time. Everyone's idea was different. Lin Feng prayed that everything would go smoothly for him and Tao Dai. The rest of the people had nothing to do with him, so Lin Feng was too lazy to care about their life and death. Early the next morning, Lin Feng and Tao Dai set off. They put on the stinking cloaks of death. Then they quickly went inside. On the way, the two did not dare to delay and had been moving at full speed. In fact, There were no flames in the outer area of the Sea of Fire mountain range. It was not until the central area that flames appeared. It was a strange purple flame. The flame was burning fiercely. It burned the void. The void was even distorted by the flames. Those flames were extraordinary. They had to be careful when dealing with those flames. Otherwise, who knows what terrible things might happen. During the day, Lin Feng and Tao Dai did not encounter any danger. Lin Feng estimated that they should be able to leave the Fire Sea mountain range tomorrow. At night, they hid in a cave to rest. The temperature in the cave was extremely high. However, for powerhouses at the level of Lin Feng and Tao Dai, it was nothing. In the evening, when Lin Feng and Tao Dai were resting, they encountered trouble. It was a subterranean flame dragon lizard. The subterranean flame dragon lizard was extremely terrifying. After coming out of the ground, they launched an attack on Lin Feng and Tao Dai. The two of them joined forces. That was how he managed to kill the subterranean flame dragon lizard. After killing the subterranean flame dragon lizard, the two of them did not dare to hesitate and quickly left. Because the commotion just now was too big, they were worried that they would attract some terrifying beings. When Lin Feng and Tao Dai left, they felt a dangerous aura enveloping their bodies. When they felt that aura, Lin Feng and Tao Ye's faces could not help but change slightly. They sped up, trying to get rid of the existence in the dark, but they did not succeed. "It's coming." Tao Dai looked behind and said in a deep voice. Lin Feng also turned his head and looked behind. He saw that in the darkness, there was a mysterious creature surrounded by flames. That mysterious creature was like a humanoid flame. What the hell is that? Lin Feng felt his hair stand on end. Even though Lin Feng didn't know what that thing was, Lin Feng sensed a suffocating qi coming from it that he had never felt before. This meant that the existence behind him was simply too powerful. "Let's go," Lin Feng said in a deep voice. He and Tao Dai sped up. However, that humanoid flame also sped up. This made Lin Feng extremely depressed. Obviously, the humanoid flame was completely focused on them and had no intention of letting them go. In the end, Lin Feng and Tao Dai were caught up by the humanoid flame. The humanoid flame was too terrifying. Caught up by this guy. The current situation was extremely unfavorable for Lin Feng and Tao Dai. "I have to say, you guys are very unlucky to have met me," the humanoid flame said. "Who are you?" Lin Feng asked. "Everyone fears me like a ghost," the humanoid flame said. "You are the flame fiend?" Lin Feng thought of a certain possibility and could not help but take a deep breath. If this guy was the flame fiend, then the situation was much more dangerous than Lin Feng expected. Because the flame fiend was not a good thing. "Ha!" The humanoid flame suddenly laughed. "What are you laughing at?" Lin Feng said speechlessly. "You are a smart guy," the humanoid flame said. This guy said so, which was equivalent to admitting that he was the flame fiend. Lin Feng could not help but sigh in his heart. How unlucky. He actually met the flame fiend. Lin Feng said, "We don't have any grudges. Why don't you let us go?" He. The fiery flame fiend laughed sinisterly and said, "I once made a vow that anyone who saw me would die. Why did you make such an oath? Are you a pervert?" Lin Feng said speechlessly, "You are right. I am a pervert. My heart is extremely twisted, extremely perverted. Now, I only want to kill you and eat your flesh and soul," the flame fiend said. Then, across the void, he attacked Lin Feng and Tao Dai with a palm. Bang! Bang! Lin Feng and Tao Dai were directly sent flying. Lin Feng and Tao Dai could not help but reveal a horrified expression. The flame fiend was too powerful, right? They didn't even have time to react before they were sent flying by this guy. This guy, what kind of existence was he? Lin Feng and Tao Dai did not dare to stay any longer. After getting up from the ground, they wanted to continue fleeing. However, the flame fiend could not help but laugh coldly. He seemed to have guessed Lin Feng and Tao Ye's plan. So, across the void, he gently pressed down. A flaming mountain appeared. The flaming mountain directly pressed down on Lin Feng and Tao Dai. "Break!" Lin Feng and Tao Dai shouted at the same time. They attacked with all their might towards the flaming mountain that was pressing down on them. However, their attacks were broken in an instant. The flaming mountain directly pressed down on them. Lin Feng and the Taodai couldn't move at all. Chapter 54-56. Damn. Lin Feng and Tao Tai couldn't help but curse at the same time. The two of them were really depressed now. Meeting such a terrifying existence like the Flame Fiend, they really wanted to cry. The Flame Fiend was too strong. There was no way to resist. So, the current situation for Lin Feng and Tao Tai was simply a hopeless situation. Their bodies were suppressed. They couldn't resist. So they could only wait for death? It seemed like they could only wait for death. I think your flesh and blood must be very delicious, the Flame Fiend gloomily said. His voice was like the voice of death that came from hell. Eerie, terrifying. It made people feel cold all over. Anyone who heard the voice of the Flame Fiend Lord would feel endless despair. However, at this time, Lin Feng thought of a way to deal with the Flame Fiend. The Flame Fiend's body seemed to be a bit special. He was surrounded by flames. No matter what kind of creature it was, it must be related to flames. As long as it was related to flames, Lin Feng planned to use the heavenly fire to deal with the Flame Fiend. The heavenly fire could restrain all kinds of flames. Then, flame creatures, or creatures related to flames, would also be restrained by the heavenly fire. Thinking of this, Lin Feng directly took out the heavenly fire. 7 heavenly fires quickly flew out, and under Lin Feng's control, they directly enveloped the Flame Fiend. Heavenly fire, 7 heavenly fires. How is this possible? When it saw Lin Feng take out 7 heavenly fires, the Flame Fiend suddenly exclaimed in disbelief. The heavenly fire itself was extremely rare. Refining one heavenly fire was already a very difficult thing to do. Not to mention, what about Lin Feng's 7 celestial fires? The 7 heavenly fires enveloped the Flame Fiend. The Flame Fiend coldly said, "Boy, I underestimated your ability before. I didn't expect you to refine so many heavenly fires. I want these heavenly fires." The Flame Fiend was extremely powerful. Such powerful people often had the same personality. That was confidence. Although Lin Feng took out 7 heavenly fires, but in the Flame Fiend's eyes, even if there were 7 heavenly flames, it would also be difficult to harm his body. When Lin Feng saw that, he couldn't help but look glum. At this time, Flame Fiend Lord began to devour these powerful heavenly flames. He wanted to forcibly take away Lin Feng's heavenly flame. The Fiend of Flame looked at Lin Feng proudly while devouring Lin Feng's heavenly fire. He said, "Brat, your heavenly flame is destined to belong to me. Just you wait and see. Those celestial flames will become my nourishment. I will let you watch me devour those celestial flames. You've worked so hard to get your celestial flames being devoured by someone else. That feeling must be excruciating, right?" Lin Feng's face couldn't help but reveal a strange expression. If the fiery Flame Fiend didn't devour his heavenly fire, but instead killed him and Tao Tai, Lin Feng really had no way to deal with the Flame Fiend Lord. However, right now, the fiery Flame Fiend wanted to devour the heavenly fire. Lin Feng just wanted to give Flame Fiend Lord a thumbs up. You really can't kill it if you don't catch it. Only Lin Feng knew how dangerous it was to refine these celestial flames. Moreover, refining 7 celestial flames at once. Flame Fiend Lord. Wasn't he a little too confident? But in Lin Feng's eyes, this wasn't confidence, but arrogance. Of course, Lin Feng was secretly happy, but he hid it very well on his face. He didn't show any abnormality. Not only did he not show any abnormality, Lin Feng shouted, "No, you can't refine my celestial flames. Do you know how much I suffered to obtain these celestial flames? How can you take my celestial flames? Do you have any humanity left?" Ha 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 ha, I am inhuman. The more others suffer, the more excited I am. Flame Fiend Lord saw Lin Feng's painful expression and laughed loudly. Lin Feng angrily roared, "Bastard, bastard. If you dare to devour my celestial flames, I will kill you." Flame Fiend Lord looked at Lin Feng with disdain and said, "You want to kill me with your nonsense? You really overestimate yourself." Flame Fiend Lord then ignored Lin Feng and continued to devour the 7 celestial flames. Lin Feng shouted, You might as well kill me. I don't want to see my celestial flames being forcefully taken away. Flame Fiend Lord said, Kill you? Of course I will kill you, but not now. I will let you taste pain before I kill you. You really are a heartless villain, Lin Feng angrily said. Thank you for the compliment. Flame Fiend Lord still had a proud look on his face. He really liked the feeling of being in control of everything. He liked to take away someone's most precious thing and then watch them suffer. He felt very excited. Like now, Lin Feng looked like he was in pain. Lin Feng's facial expression made him even more excited. Flame Fiend Lord directly devoured Lin Feng's 7 celestial flames and then began to refine Lin Feng's 7 celestial flames. But soon, Flame Fiend Lord's expression became ugly, because not only did he not refine Lin Feng's 7 celestial flames, moreover, Lin Feng's 7 celestial flames in his body were violently colliding with the flames in his body. Different flames repelled each other. Lin Feng's burning wrath of the heavens was created based on the principle of fire repelling each other. So, at this moment, the 7 celestial flames repelled each other, and the 7 celestial flames and the flames in Flame Fiend Lord's body repelled each other. When these flames repelled each other, it was easy to explode. Flame Fiend Lord realized that something was wrong. He wanted to force Lin Feng's 7 celestial flames out of his body as soon as possible. But it was too late. Explode! Lin Feng coldly shouted. Bang! The next moment, accompanied by the sound of a violent explosion, Flame Fiend Lord's body directly exploded. The mountain of flames that was suppressing Lin Feng and Tao Tai disappeared, and Lin Feng and Tao Tai regained their ability to move. Is that guy dead? Tao Tai's expression was uncertain as he asked. He should be dead, Lin Feng said. At this moment, an angry roar was heard. That guy didn't die. He once again appeared. Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed, but Lin Feng immediately realized that something was wrong. Although Flame Fiend Lord didn't die, his power was decreasing too quickly. His fighting strength had plummeted. Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. Although Flame Fiend Lord didn't die, however, he was also severely injured. This was the best time to deal with Flame Fiend Lord. Lin Feng walked step by step towards Flame Fiend Lord. He smiled and said, Flame Fiend Lord, how was the power of the celestial flame explosion just now? Brat, you deserve to die. Flame Fiend Lord roared angrily. He attacked Lin Feng with his palm. This was Flame Fiend Lord's angry attack, said the fiery fiend. He wanted to destroy Lin Feng's soul. He used this to vent the anger in his heart. Genius 1 second. Remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 54-57. Lin Feng couldn't help but smile coldly when he saw the fiend's punch. He immediately threw a punch at him. Bang! Along with the sound of a violent collision, Flame Fiend Lord's attack was broken by Lin Feng. Ha ha ha, ha ha. Lin Feng laughed. He was laughing so hard. It felt so good. Flame Fiend Lord's battle power had dropped too much. Now, he could turn it around. Now, Lin Feng was the one who had the upper hand. He was in a good mood. Tao Tai grinned and said, Kill him. Then, Tao Tai rushed towards Flame Fiend Lord. He was so aggrieved before. Now, it was time for him to show off his skills. Tao Tai couldn't wait to beat Flame Fiend Lord until half of his body was paralyzed. Flame Fiend Lord's expression was extremely gloomy. Now that his battle power had dropped, it was hard to deal with Lin Feng alone, not to mention Lin Feng and Tao Tai working together. So, Flame Fiend Lord turned and ran. Heavenly Fire Descent. Lin Feng sneered. In the void, huge fireballs fell from the sky. He rushed towards the Flame Fiend. This was Lin Feng's new unique skill. Using the Heavenly Fire, it formed endless fireballs. He launched a continuous attack on his target. Destructive power. It was quite terrifying. Bang, 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 bang. Huge fireballs formed by the Heavenly Fire came down. Flame Fiend Lord had to block the fireballs. Finally, Flame Fiend Lord was blown away. Lin Feng and the Tao Tai chased after him. Lin Feng used the Supreme Reincarnation Fist and attacked Flame Fiend Lord. Tao Tai, on the other hand, unleashed his ultimate technique, Barrier Break. After Lin Feng's supreme path had a breakthrough, the supreme reincarnation fist's power had greatly increased. And now, this was the first time Lin Feng had used the supreme reincarnation fist after Lin Feng had made a breakthrough in his path of the utmost exalted. The supreme reincarnation fist was one of Lin Feng's trump cards. Incomparably violent, incomparably tyrannical, destroy everything. When Lin Feng's fist was about to reach him, Flame Fiend Lord had no choice but to block Lin Feng's punch. Previously, he had been sent flying by the fireball formed by the heavenly fire. Therefore, when facing Lin Feng's attack, it was a hasty attack. The fiery Flame Fiend Lord, whose combat strength had already dropped, now had its attack power reduced by another 30%. But Lin Feng was different. At this moment, Lin Feng was incomparably excited. His battle prowess had increased explosively. As the saying went, the other went up. The gap between them was immediately apparent. Bang! Lin Feng and the fiery Flame Fiend clashed. Flame Fiend Lord was directly sent flying by Lin Feng. While his body was still in midair, Yi Zichen's body was still in midair. Tao Tai, in his true form, had already arrived in front of the fiery Flame Fiend Lord. When Tao Tai fights, he prefers to use his true form, instead of using his Wan Shitian form to fight. Because, when he was in his true form, Tao Tai felt the most comfortable, and his battle prowess was also the strongest. Seeing Tao Tai coming, the fiery Flame Fiend Lord knew that it couldn't avoid Tao Ye's attack, so it hurriedly formed many defensive runes, hoping to negate as much damage as possible from Tao Ye's attack. But that was exactly what Tao Tai wanted, because Tao Ye's barrier break dealt the lowest amount of damage when the opponent wasn't defending. The more the opponent defended, the more damage the barrier break dealt. The fiery Flame Fiend Lord didn't know the uniqueness of Tao Ye's thaumaturgy. If it knew, it would probably be so frustrated that it wanted to curse. Bang! Along with the sound of the violent collision, there was a loud bang. Tao Tai and the fiery Flame Fiend Lord clashed. The fiery Flame Fiend Lord was sent flying by Tao Tai. The fiery Flame Fiend Lord was severely injured. Lin Feng and Tao Tai quickly rushed towards the fiery Flame Fiend Lord, wanting to take advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to kill the fiery Flame Fiend Lord. The fiery Flame Fiend Lord fled into the distance. Both sides, one running and one chasing, quickly traversed through the fiery mountain range. Damn it! Damn it! I was actually injured to this extent by two ants like you. This is a great humiliation. The fiery Flame Fiend Lord roared angrily as it ran. Lin Feng curled his lips and said, "There's a saying that if you don't catch, you won't die. You caught all of this yourself. I think you shouldn't run anymore. Just obediently accept your death. If you want to kill me, you're still far from it." The fiery Flame Fiend Lord said coldly. Although this guy was stubborn, but he was continuously injured. The damage to him was too severe. So, the fiery Flame Fiend Lord was heavily injured. After a short time, Lin Feng and the Tao Tai caught up with them. Lin Feng and Tao Ye's coordination was flawless. The fiery Flame Fiend Lord was forced into a very difficult situation. Stop! 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 How about we make peace? The fiery Flame Fiend Lord said. Make peace? Hee hee, no need. We just want to kill you. Lin Feng sneered. His attacks, they were getting stronger and stronger. He would not kill the fiery Flame Fiend Lord. It seemed that he would not give up. The fiery Flame Fiend Lord was having a harder time resisting. The fiery Flame Fiend Lord knew that it had to quickly reach a compromise with Lin Feng and Tao Tai. Otherwise, it might really die under the joint attack of Lin Feng and Tao Tai. The fiery Flame Fiend Lord looked at Lin Feng and said, "You want the 8th heaven fire?" He then looked at the Tao Tai and asked, "Do you want to obtain a powerful Tao Tai skeleton?" Lin Feng frowned and looked at fiery Flame Tyrant. "You know where the celestial fire is?" "Yes." The fiery Flame Fiend Lord nodded. "You know where the Tao Tai skeleton is?" Tao Tai asked. "Of course." The fiery Flame Fiend Lord said, "Where is the heaven fire?" Lin Feng asked, "Where is the Tao Tai skeleton?" Tao Tai asked, "I'll tell you if you don't kill me." The fiery Flame Fiend Lord said, "All right, we won't kill you." Lin Feng and Tao Tai replied at the same time, "Words are no guarantee, Both of you swear, the fiery flame fiend lord said. As long as they could get the 8th heaven fire, everything else was trivial. So what if they spared the fiery flame fiend lord's life? Lin Feng swore. As long as the fiery flame fiend lord tells me where the heaven fire is, I promise I won't kill him. If I go back on my words, I'll die a horrible death. Taotai also swore. As long as the fiery flame fiend lord tells me where the Taotai skeleton is, I won't make an enemy out of him. If I go back on my words, my soul will be destroyed and I'll never be able to recover. Seeing Lin Feng and Taotai make their oaths, the fiery flame fiend lord felt relieved. The fiery flame fiend lord finally heaved a sigh of relief. Asked Lin Feng, "We've already made an oath. Now, you can tell us about the celestial fire and the Taotai skeleton. Don't try to lie, because I can tell whether you're telling the truth or not. If you lie to us, don't blame me for destroying your soul," said Lin Feng. Brothers, Old Mantu's new book, Devouring the Heavens, is being recommended. Brothers, download it on QQ and vote for it every day. It's too important for a new book, and Old Mantu needs to feed his family. That's why he's working so hard to write these 2 books. I hope you can support him, please. Genius 1 second. Remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 54-58. Flame Fiend Lord asked, "You should know about the regional battles, right?" "Yes." Lin Feng nodded and continued. "It's said that the regional battles take place in a mysterious world that requires a special teleportation stone to enter. There's even a legendary godly court there." "That's right." Flame Fiend Lord nodded and continued. "The heavenly fire is in that ancient battlefield. There's an endless sea of fire there, and the heavenly fire is hidden in its depths. If you're interested, you can try to collect it." Endless sea of fire. Lin Feng clenched his fists. Every additional type of heavenly fire he collected would greatly improve his cultivation base. Not only would his cultivation increase, but his accumulation would also increase, which was equivalent to increasing his innate talent. His battle prowess would also increase greatly. The benefits were endless. "What kind of heavenly fire is it?" Lin Feng asked. Flame Fiend Lord said, "I don't know exactly what kind of heavenly fire it is, but I'm sure it's one of the top ones." Lin Feng nodded. Taotai asked, "Where is the Taotai skeleton you mentioned?" "It's in the depths of the mountain range. Come with me," Flame Fiend Lord said. Lin Feng wasn't afraid of Flame Fiend Lord playing any tricks, and there was no need for that at this point. They followed Flame Fiend Lord into the depths of the mountain range. Lin Feng looked at Flame Fiend Lord and said, "You're such a bad person. Did you suffer some kind of trauma?" Taotai smiled bitterly. Lin Feng's words were very direct. Flame Fiend Lord was speechless. Seeing that Flame Fiend Lord didn't answer him, Lin Feng continued, "What? Are you embarrassed to say it?" "Actually, don't be embarrassed. We're all adults, so we have to be flexible." Flame Fiend Lord was speechless. Lin Feng continued, "Why don't you let me guess?" Flame Fiend Lord was speechless. Lin Feng said, "Did you get cuckolded by a woman? Or was your family wiped out? Or is he going to be a father?" "Shut up." Flame Fiend Lord finally couldn't take it anymore and fiercely said, "We're just chatting. Don't be angry," Lin Feng said. The Fiend Flame Lord glanced at Lin Feng and said, "You're not a good person at all?" Lin Feng replied, "I'm a human, not an object." The fiery flame fiend's mouth twitched, and he said fiercely, "You're not a good person." Lin Feng said, "Good people are fish on the chopping block. Why should I be a good person? I'm the man who swore to be the great demon king." Flame Fiend Lord curled his lips and ignored Lin Feng. Flame Fiend Lord was a man with a story. However, Lin Feng wasn't able to find out the story of the Flame Fiend Lord, because Flame Fiend Lord did not tell Lin Feng about his plans. Since the fiery Flame Fiend didn't want to talk about it, Lin Feng didn't ask any further. That must be a sad story. Lin Feng helped the Flame Fiend Lord open his wound. Just let him suffer alone. Lin Feng wasn't particularly interested in the Flame Fiend Lord's story anyway. Lin Feng was such a demon. The feeling of being a demon. Not bad. In the depths of the mountain, the Taotai saw the skeleton. It was a Taodai that had fallen a long time ago. That Taodai must have been extremely terrifying when he was alive. So, even if he had fallen a long time ago, the skeleton was still emitting a terrifying aura. It seemed that the Taoye skeleton could be of great help to the Taodai. Perhaps this is the opportunity one need, the Taodai said excitedly. He was close to breaking through to the Saint Realm, one step away. Now, he had obtained the Taoye skeleton. It was possible to use the Taoye skeleton, soar to the sky. One could imagine. At that time, the Taodai would be even more terrifying. The Taoye skeleton seemed to be able to sense the Taodai. When the Taodai arrived, the Taoye skeleton emitted a violent wave. The Taodai was very excited. He opened his bloody mouth. He suddenly inhaled. Then, the Taoye skeleton directly flew towards the Taodai. Then it was swallowed by the Taodai. "Let's go," Lin Feng said. The Taodai nodded. Before leaving, Lin Feng looked at the Flame Fiend Lord and said, "Flame Fiend Lord, we're leaving. Let's keep in touch." "Keep in touch, my ass." The Flame Fiend Lord cursed loudly in his heart. Ever since he became the Flame Fiend Lord, when had he ever been as embarrassed as he was today? Never. It never happened. Thinking of everything that happened today, the Flame Fiend Lord. Suddenly, there was a feeling of gnashing his teeth. But the Flame Fiend Lord didn't show the anger in his heart. If he really angered Lin Feng, who knew if this demon would teach him a lesson before leaving? "Keep in touch, keep in touch," the Flame Fiend Lord said with a fake smile. Lin Feng and the Taodai then left. After safely leaving the Flame Mountain range, the Taodai planned to find a place to cultivate, then break through to Saint Realm. And so, the two of them found a quiet mountain range and opened up a cave. Lin Feng went to study his path of supremacy. The Taodai fused with the Taoye's bones. About 5 days later, the Taodai came out. He planned to face his tribulation. Breaking through to Saint Realm was an extremely difficult thing. Especially for those beasts, it was even more difficult, because breaking through to Saint Realm required a high level of Tao. But ferocious beasts were not adept at cultivating various Das. However, Lin Feng felt that the Taoye's breakthrough shouldn't be too much of a problem. There was a reason why he was so confident in the Taoye's breakthrough. First of all, the Taoye's accumulation was already strong enough. Secondly, the Taodai obtained the Taoye's bones. This was the most crucial point. The right time, place, and people. Everything was there. Breakthrough. It was just a matter of time. In the following period of time, the Taodai went to break through. Lin Feng continued to cultivate. Until this day, Lin Feng noticed that the commotion outside had disappeared. And so he went out. The lightning tribulation dissipated. The Taodai stood up from the ground, although he looked very embarrassed. But he successfully broke through to Saint Realm. The aura emitted from the Taoye's body was extremely terrifying. Even Lin Feng couldn't help but be moved. Before the Taodai broke through, he was already able to compete with some Saint Realm existences. Not to mention after the breakthrough, the improvement of his battle strength. It was unimaginable. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel happy for the Taodai. The Taodai returned to the cave where he was cultivating before to adjust his breathing. After spending a day, he was completely recovered. After the breakthrough, the Taodai was in a good mood. Lin Feng and the Taodai continued their journey, quickly flying in the direction of the group of immortals' ancient tomb. Genius 1 second. Remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 54-59. The group of immortals' ancient tomb. It stretched for hundreds of miles. It was a huge mountain range region. Mountains stretched as far as the eye could see. In the mountain range, ancient forests were densely packed. Because there were too many powerhouses buried here. So he became famous. At that time, Senior Savage seemed to have obtained something precious when he entered the group of immortals' ancient tomb. Therefore, he was besieged by 12 saints. Senior Savage had defeated the 12 saints. But Senior Savage was injured, fighting against the 12 saints, although he killed 8 of them. But in the battle, his injuries were further aggravated. Later, Senior Savage disappeared without a trace. Lin Feng suspected. In fact, Senior Savage was not far away from here. He was still somewhere in the group of immortals' ancient tomb. This was also the reason why Lin Feng came here to look for Senior Savage. When he arrived here, perhaps he could have a special connection with Senior Savage. If so, that's good. When Lin Feng and Tao Dai came to the group of immortals' ancient tomb, there were a lot of people gathered here. After asking carefully, they learned that a large tomb in the group of immortals' ancient tomb had opened. A terrifying Yin corpse flew out of the tomb. That Yin corpse had captured the saintess of the Dongfang family. The Dongfang family was the top family in the eastern region. Although it was not comparable to the four major forces, who dared to say that they could suppress the Dongfang family. As for the Holy Maiden of the Dongfang family, she was a powerful figure. The Holy Maiden of the Dongfang family was called Dongfang Yin. Dongfang Yin was the rumored heavenly body. Born in harmony with the Tao, she had shown an extremely heaven-defying talent since she was a child. Although she was only 300 years old this year, she had already touched the threshold of the Saint Realm. Although the Dongfang family had a lot of heaven's prides, but all of them were trampled under the feet of a woman like Dongfang Yin. Although many people were not convinced, what was the use of being unconvinced? Dongfang Yin was enough to overshadow a generation. There were rumors that Dongfang Yin was about to break through to the Saint Realm, and she was preparing to break through to the Saint Realm. The reason why Dongfang Yin was captured was that some time ago, Dongfang Yin went out for something. She was attacked by the Yin corpse. The Yin corpse destroyed Dongfang Yin's entourage. It suppressed Dongfang Yin and brought her to the group of immortals' ancient tomb. The Dongfang family was furious. Therefore, the Dongfang family sent experts. However, what kind of place was the ancient tomb of immortals? It was simply too dangerous. Entering it was simply a 9 out of 10 chance of survival. Therefore, the people of the Dongfang family were discussing countermeasures. Many cultivators who heard of this matter came to watch the show. It's said that the Yin corpse came from a tomb, so it's extremely strong. Some cultivators were discussing this matter. Although there were many tombs in the group tomb, the creatures buried in different tombs were different. Of course, the creatures that could be buried in the immortal ancient tomb must have been incomparably powerful in the past. The corpses in the ancient tomb of immortals were suppressed by the power of the tomb. Basically, they would die completely. It was rare for a zombie to turn into a zombie. However, that was not to say that such a thing would not happen. In fact, this kind of thing would happen sometimes. And obviously, once this kind of thing happens, the existence that was born would definitely be extremely terrifying. The main tombs were usually the tombs where exceptionally powerful beings were buried. If the corpses in the main tomb mutated and turned into Yin corpses, his combat strength would be even more powerful. I wonder why that Yin corpse captured Dongfang Yin? Someone said doubtfully. He was very skeptical about the purpose of that Yin corpse. It can't be that he wants Dongfang Yin to become his slave, right? Someone spoke out his thoughts. F***CK. You can think of that. Dongfang Yin is my goddess. How can she be a slave to a Yin corpse? Someone said in an extremely depressed tone. This kind of thing was simply unimaginable, because everyone knew what kind of terrible things a slave girl would experience. It's not that I'm evil. It's because that Yin corpse has given birth to a complete consciousness. Who knows if that guy will have that kind of idea? That cultivator said. Cultivators were talking about Dongfang Yin everywhere. After Lin Feng and Tao Dai came here, Lin Feng tried to sense the whereabouts of Senior Savage. As for Dongfang Yin's matter, did it have anything to do with him? Lin Feng was naturally too lazy to pay attention to it. After sensing for a while, he didn't find anything. The immortal ancient tomb was very strange, isolating Lin Feng's divine sense. In fact, this was normal. After all, the immortal ancient tomb was a place where living creatures could not touch. Did you get anything? Tao Dai asked. Lin Feng sighed and said, the harvest is not big. If it doesn't work, I guess I'll have to enter the immortal ancient tomb to search. Tao Dai said, if you really can't sense it, that's the only way. I'll try again. Maybe I can get something. Lin Feng said. When Lin Feng was sensing the aura of the savage, the experts of the Dongfang family decided to enter the immortal ancient tomb. They couldn't give up on Dongfang Yin. Dongfang Yin was too important to their family. So, The experts of the Dongfang family, led by a saint, entered. There were a total of 13 people. Except for the saint, the rest were all quasi-saint level experts. These were the elites of the Dongfang family. In order to save Dongfang Yin, the Dongfang family did not hesitate to spend a lot of money. They brought the 3 sacred artifacts with them as they entered. Outside the immortal ancient tomb, many people of the Dongfang family were anxiously waiting. The onlookers were also discussing. Soon after, a terrifying fluctuation came from the immortal ancient tomb. Obviously, a great battle had broken out. It must be that the experts of the Dongfang family had encountered some terrifying creatures, so a great battle had broken out. The cultivators of the Dongfang family outside the immortal ancient tomb became nervous. 2 hours later, the people of the Dongfang family escaped. This time, their losses were quite serious. Because, in this battle, they lost 4 quasi-saint level experts. The rest were also injured. Isn't the immortal ancient tomb too scary? How long has it been since they entered? They haven't even gone deep into the immortal ancient tomb. But they returned injured, said Yifutyin. What's inside the immortal ancient tomb? Many cultivators who were watching the show exclaimed. Retreat, the saint said with a gloomy expression. Ancestor, please think of another way. A beautiful woman with a plump figure pleaded. That's Dongfang Yan's mother, someone said. Dongfang Yan's mother was very charming, with a charming and mature temperament. Now, because of Dongfang Yan's matter, she was very sad. Looking at her, people couldn't help but feel pity for her. However, the ancestor of the Dongfang family didn't take action again. The loss was too great, and he couldn't save Dongfang Yan at all. The ancestor of the Dongfang family led many experts of the Dongfang family and quickly left this place. Genius 1 second. Remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 5460. Dongfang Yan's mother did not leave. Even if there were people persuading her, she did not leave. Dongfang Yan's father has been dead for a long time, so the relationship between mother and daughter is very deep. Now that we don't know whether Dongfang Yan is alive or dead, her mother will definitely not be able to accept this fact. Someone said. Some people stayed behind to look after Dongfang Yan's mother. They were probably worried that Dongfang Yan's mother would do something stupid. Lin Feng came out of seclusion. He couldn't help but sigh, because he didn't sense the aura of the barbarians. This made Lin Feng somewhat helpless. It seems that we need to go in and explore, Lin Feng said. Hee, there's no harm in going in. I've been very curious about this place for a long time, but I never had the chance to go in. Now that my cultivation has greatly improved, I'll go in and see what I'll encounter. Tao Tai grinned. Lin Feng and Tao Tai discussed for a while. They planned to go in during the day tomorrow. The night passed quickly. Early in the morning, Lin Feng and Tao Tai walked towards the group of immortal tombs. The mountain forest was filled with a gloomy and cold aura. There were many big tombs here. Who knows how many powerhouses were buried here? It was a paradise for the undead. So, it was indeed a place that made people feel very uncomfortable. Although Lin Feng and Tao Tai were bold, it was absolutely impossible to say that they didn't panic after coming to this place. This place was really too dangerous. It made people's hearts palpitate. The two carefully walked towards the depths. On the way, they saw some skeletons. They were probably cultivators who died here. During the day, besides all kinds of terrifying restrictions, they didn't encounter any other dangers. For others, those restrictions were very terrifying. But for Lin Feng, those restrictions couldn't pose too much of a threat to him. All kinds of restrictions were easily resolved by Lin Feng. At night, Lin Feng and Tao Tai found a place to rest. Walking through here at night was really not a wise move. They went into a cave to rest. Lin Feng used a concealment restriction to seal the entrance of the cave. This way, the creatures outside would not be able to discover them. Unless their perception was very strong, it would be possible to find the two of them hiding here. Late at night, Lin Feng heard the movement outside. He looked outside and saw a woman being chased by a silver-colored creature. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. Who would come to a place like the group of immortal tombs in the middle of the night? Is that woman a ghost? Lin Feng realized that the girl was extremely beautiful. Her figure was full, and her temperament was charming and mature. She was definitely a beautiful woman's woman. The silver creature chased after her and swept her away. The woman couldn't help but turn pale, and her body heavily slammed into the rock wall. It's a person. Couldn't help but frown. He really didn't expect that other than them enter the ancient tomb at this time. Moreover, not hide. Why not hide, why run? Of course. It could be find out could be. She have to run. The woman hurriedly summoned a flying sword and slashed at the silver creature. In fact, the woman's cultivator was also very strong. It's just that the silver creature was too powerful. Therefore, the woman seemed relatively weak. The flying sword flew in front of the silver creature. The silver creature raised its claws and swiped at the flying sword. Clang! Accompanied by the sound of a violent collision. The silver creature's claws and the flying sword fiercely collided. The flying sword was directly swept away by the silver creature. After seeing this scene, the woman's face couldn't help but change slightly. She quickly fled to the distance. Across the void, the silver creature struck out with its palm. Bang! An invisible palm force fiercely slammed into the silver creature, directly blasting it away. After suffering such a violent blow, the woman was blasted away, her face becoming more and more pale. The silver creature jumped up and quickly attacked the woman. Its sharp claws were like swords stabbing at the woman. The woman's pretty face suddenly became pale, because, in the face of such a terrifying blow, she couldn't avoid it. It was too late to resist this terrifying blow. The situation could be said to be extremely bad. Just when the woman was in despair, suddenly, she felt a pair of strong arms suddenly wrapped around her slender waist. Then, she disappeared from where she stood. The silver creature's attack hit empty air. When it reappeared, it was already 100 meters away. The person who had just wrapped his arm around her waist was already holding a spear and quickly attacking the silver creature. At the same time, in another direction, a Taotai appeared. The Taotai and the cultivator holding the spear attacked the silver creature together. Who is he? The woman was puzzled. She originally thought there were no other cultivators in this place. After all, such a dangerous place. Who would dare to come in? Entering such a place, wouldn't that be courting death? However, now, she saw other cultivators, and she had just been saved by that young human cultivator. Thinking of the warm and solid embrace of that young human cultivator, the woman's pretty face couldn't help but blush slightly. Barrier break. Taotai gave a low roar and used his trump card right away. This was the group of immortals' ancient tomb. Such a dangerous place. It must be done quickly. Otherwise, it would attract other terrifying creatures. At that time, it would be troublesome. At that time, it was very likely that they would die without a burial place. The silver creature looked at the Taotai with a cold expression. Facing the Taoyai's attack, it was fearless. It clawed at the Taotai. In fact, the Taotai quite hoped that it would take defensive means, because the more it defended, the more it would be injured, the more damage it would receive. But this guy, it didn't use any defensive means. It just directly met force with force. Bang! Accompanied by the sound of a violent collision. The Taotai and the silver creature fiercely collided. Both sides were evenly matched. But at this time, Lin Feng came and stabbed the silver creature with his spear. The silver creature's tail was very flexible. At the end of the tail, there was a sharp spike like a spear tip. The silver creature had long been on guard against Lin Feng and wanted to attack Lin Feng with its tail. But at this time, Lin Feng released a 15-fold domineering magnetic field, directly enveloping the silver creature's body. The silver creature's speed plummeted. This change was too sudden. As its speed plummeted, the speed of the silver creature's tail stabbing at Lin Feng also plummeted. So the silver creature's tail hadn't touched Lin Feng's epic war spear yet. Lin Feng's epic war spear had already pierced the silver creature's body. Genius 1 second. Remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 5461. With the silver creature dead, Lin Feng could finally breathe a sigh of relief. It was hard to determine the silver creature's exact cultivation level, but its combat power was equivalent to a Saint Realm expert. Thus, the silver creature's source energy was very useful to Lin Feng. It could increase Lin Feng's cultivation level. Lin Feng shattered the silver creature's body with a single palm strike. Then, he refined the essence of the blood mist into the purest origin energy. Now was not the time to devour the source energy. Lin Feng put away the silver creature's source energy. The Taodai returned to its human form. Lin Feng looked at the beautiful woman standing in the distance and said, "It's not good to stay here for long. You should leave quickly." After saying that, he and the Taodai headed deeper into the forest. When the woman saw Lin Feng and the Taodai leave, she hurriedly chased after them. When Lin Feng saw her, he asked, "Why are you following us?" The woman replied, "I still haven't thanked the two of you for saving my life." Lin Feng said, "There's no need to thank me. If you value your life, then quickly leave this place or find a place to hide. You can leave tomorrow as well." The woman said, "I have something I'd like to ask the two of you to help me with." "No, we have our own matters to attend to. We don't have time to help you." Lin Feng immediately refused the woman's offer. Finding the Savage Senior was the most important thing right now. Lin Feng did not want to care about anything else, nor did he have the ability to do so. They had met by chance, so saving this woman was already the most benevolent thing he could do. As for helping this woman with other matters, Lin Feng was not a saint, so he did not have the time. The woman said, "If the two of you are willing to help me, I can give each of you a teleportation stone." "A teleportation stone? You have a teleportation stone on you?" Lin Feng's eyes lit up. A teleportation stone was needed to head to the ancient battlefield. However, a teleportation stone was something that countless cultivators yearned for. It was destined to be a distant dream. Wanting to find such an item, it was too difficult. Previously, Lin Feng was still worrying about how to find the teleportation stone. Yet, he was given such an opportunity. "Of course I do. As long as young master is willing to help me, then I'll give the teleportation stone to you," the beautiful woman said. Lin Feng asked, "Aren't you afraid that we'll kill you and steal the teleportation stone?" "Young master wouldn't do that. If you wanted to do that, you wouldn't have saved me," the beautiful woman said. "Don't think that you're a good judge of character. I saved you because I didn't know you had a teleportation stone. Now that I know, the situation is different, and my position is different. Naturally, the way I deal with this is different," Lin Feng said. The beautiful woman replied, "Even if you say that, I still believe that you're a good person." "Are you a good person?" "I'm not, because I'm a demon king. This place is desolate, and I like beautiful women." Speaking of which, Lin Feng didn't continue. Instead, he looked at the beautiful woman. It was a gaze that harbored ill intentions. Being stared at by Lin Feng, the beautiful woman had a strange feeling in her heart. She didn't avoid Lin Feng's gaze, but instead walked up to him and said, "I don't believe that young master is that kind of person." "All right, I'll give it to you. Tell us what you need help with," Lin Feng said. The beautiful woman was overjoyed. Then, she said, "It's like this. My daughter was captured by a corpse. I want to ask you to help me rescue my daughter." "Your daughter was captured by a corpse?" Lin Feng was surprised. Then, Lin Feng thought of something. Didn't the people outside say that Dongfang Yin was captured by a corpse? Could it be that this woman was Dongfang Yin's mother? Lin Feng had never seen Dongfang Yin before, so he didn't know what she looked like, but Dongfang Yin's mother was so beautiful and enchanting. Presumably, Dongfang Yin was also extremely enchanting, right? "My daughter is Dongfang Yin. You must have heard of her, right?" the beautiful woman said. Lin Feng couldn't help but think in his heart. Sure enough, it was as he had guessed. This beautiful woman was Dongfang Yan's mother. Lin Feng said, "How long has it been since Dongfang Yin was captured? Are you sure she's still alive?" The beautiful woman took out an ancient bronze lamp. The flame of the ancient bronze lamp was still burning. "This is Yin Er's primordial spirit lamp," the beautiful woman said. Some large forces would often refine primordial spirit lamps for important members of the clan. As the saying goes, a person's death is like a lamp going out. If Dongfang Yin died, then her primordial spirit lamp would go out. Now, Dongfang Yan's primordial spirit was not extinguished. This meant that Dongfang Yan was still alive. Let's find a place to rest first, then we can talk about this in detail, Lin Feng said. The beautiful woman kept Dongfang Yan's primordial spirit lamp. Then, she followed Lin Feng and Tao Tai and quickly rushed forward. Lin Feng found a hidden cave. The three of them entered the cave, and then Lin Feng used a restriction to seal the cave. Lin Feng said, "This place is so big, and danger lurks everywhere. It won't be easy to find someone, and if we search blindly, it will be very dangerous. Do you have anything on you that can sense Dongfang Yan's location?" "I am connected to her by blood, so I can vaguely sense her location," the beautiful woman said. Hearing this, Lin Feng was slightly surprised, then nodded and said, "All right, since that's the case, rest well today. We'll leave tomorrow, but you need to give us the teleportation stone first." "Yes," the beautiful woman replied. Then, he took out 2 stones. It was a very special kind of stone. It was completely purple. It emitted a faint energy. That energy was somewhat warm. Obviously, that stone was the teleportation stone. Seeing the teleportation stone, Lin Feng's eyes couldn't help but light up. The beautiful woman handed the teleportation stone to Lin Feng. Lin Feng originally wanted to give one to Tao Tai. Tao Tai said, "You can keep these 2 teleportation stones." Lin Feng nodded. One or a few teleportation stones were actually useless. One needed to gather dozens of teleportation stones to construct a teleportation array. At that time, the teleportation array could send cultivators to the ancient battlefield. Lin Feng and Tao Tai had always been together, so it was the same reason that the teleportation stone was with Lin Feng. After Lin Feng put away the teleportation stone, he smiled at the beautiful woman and asked, "Do you have any more teleportation stones on you?" The beautiful woman said, "I only have 2, and I've already given them to you." The beautiful woman came from a top force. Thus, Lin Feng felt that the beautiful woman might know a lot of things that he didn't know. For example, some things about the teleportation stone. Lin Feng looked at the beautiful woman and continued to ask, "Do you know how to obtain a teleportation stone?" Genius 1 second. Remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 5462. The beautiful woman said, "I heard that teleportation stones are dug out from some mines, and the production rate is extremely low. Even after many years, one might not be able to dig out a teleportation stone, so it's not realistic to go to some mines to look for teleportation stones. And the teleportation stones that are dug out are basically passed down to the top forces. The 2 teleportation stones that I obtained before were given to Yin by the higher-ups, and then Yin gave them to me. But if you really want to sell them, they will be sold at an unimaginable price. But if you want to buy them, you don't have the channels to buy them, because even if someone sells them, they will be cut off by those big forces. Ordinary people can't even think about it." The beautiful woman's words were quite reasonable. Lin Feng nodded. He was not in a hurry to collect the teleportation stones now. He had to solve the urgent matters first. The first was to help the beautiful woman rescue Dongfang Yin. The second was to find the whereabouts of Senior Savage. He hoped that everything would go smoothly. Lin Feng immediately closed his eyes and began to recover his body. The beautiful woman was right beside Lin Feng. Lin Feng could even smell the fragrance of the beautiful woman's body. Although the beautiful woman was very good, although she had a great attraction, but Lin Feng did not have any thoughts. He did not want to destroy someone else's family. The beautiful woman secretly glanced at Lin Feng. When she found that Lin Feng was adjusting his body, she felt a sense of loss for no reason. Where did this sense of loss come from? The beautiful woman did not understand. Seeing that Lin Feng did not intend to pay attention to her anymore, the beautiful woman also collected her thoughts. Then she sat down cross-legged, silently circulating her cultivation technique and adjusting her body. The latter half of the night was actually not calm. Perhaps it was because the fluctuations of the previous battle had attracted the attention of some terrifying creatures. So many terrifying creatures appeared in this area. Those terrifying creatures were looking for the whereabouts of Lin Feng and the others. But fortunately, Lin Feng's restriction was strong enough to hide from all the creatures. The next day, the 3 of them set off. The beautiful woman led Lin Feng and Tao Tai into the depths of the forest by relying on her bloodline. Lin Feng observed the restrictions around him. If they encountered a restriction, they would remind everyone to avoid it. Tao Tai, on the other hand, was observing the surroundings to see if any powerful creatures had appeared. During the day, there were fewer living beings coming out. However, it wasn't that there weren't any. That was an extremely dangerous thing to do. He had no choice but to be cautious. Along the way, Lin Feng and the other two were quite lucky, although he did encounter some dangers. But in the end, the danger was averted. They successfully arrived at the area where the great tomb was located. There was a pond not far from the tomb. The great necropolis was located in a valley. The valley is like a cage, and the black water is like an evil spirit. No wonder this tomb gave birth to such terrifying corpses. This kind of terrain is not suitable for burial. Lin Feng couldn't help muttering to himself. The beautiful woman looked at Lin Feng in astonishment and asked, "Young master, you know geomancy?" Lin Feng said, "I've studied it a little." "Young master is really knowledgeable." The beautiful woman said, "Don't praise me. I'll be proud." Lin Feng said, if it wasn't for the fact that she was worried about Dongfang Yin, the beautiful woman would have been amused by Lin Feng's appearance. They arrived outside the great tomb. The great tomb had already split open. Below, it was pitch black. It was so dark that one couldn't even see their fingers. What kind of situation was it? Lin Feng and the other two didn't know either. But it was definitely extremely dangerous. Lin Feng and the other two carefully flew down. A sinister and terrifying aura surged up from the depths. Not long after, Lin Feng smelled a strong smell of blood. He didn't know what was flying up at high speed. It wasn't very big. Lin Feng saw what it was. It was actually a dense group of little zombies. Those little zombies. Their palm-sized bodies had wings and fangs. They were very evil. It was rumored that little zombies were formed from the blood of some powerful corpses. As for whether this rumor was true or not, Lin Feng didn't know. The dense group of little zombies quickly rushed up. The expressions of Lin Feng and the other two couldn't help but change slightly. They didn't dare to hesitate and hurriedly used their unique skills to deal with those little zombies. Lin Feng condensed an energy shield. Many little zombies surrounded Lin Feng's energy shield. They opened their mouths and bit. Tao Tai transformed into its original appearance, and many mysterious runes appeared on the surface of its body. The defensive power of those mysterious runes was astonishing, and Tao Tai used the mysterious runes to protect itself. Then, one claw after another slapped at those little zombies. Many little zombies were slapped to death by Tao Tai. Lin Feng realized. Tao Tai actually didn't devour the little zombies. One had to know. There seemed to be nothing in this world that Tao Tai couldn't devour. But Tao Tai didn't devour the little zombies. How much did it dislike the little zombies? That was why it wasn't willing to devour the little zombies. As for the beautiful woman, she took out a glazed pagoda. It was a defensive magic treasure. It floated above the beautiful woman and shone down a glazed light. The dense group of little zombies surrounded the beautiful woman's defensive light shield. Then, they began to gnaw at the defensive light shield outside the beautiful woman. Lin Feng and Tao Tai dealt with those little zombies rather easily. Especially Lin Feng, there were many little zombies gathered outside, so he directly took out the heaven flame. Instantly, many little zombies were burned alive, but the beautiful woman couldn't. The defensive light shield released by the glazed pagoda became thinner and thinner. Many places, it was about to be completely destroyed. "Help!" The beautiful woman cried out in fear. How troublesome! Lin Feng was speechless. He quickly flew towards the beautiful woman's location. A ball of heaven flame burned all the little zombies to death, and then he joined the beautiful woman. The beautiful woman was obviously frightened before, and her breathing became hurried. Seeing that Lin Feng had arrived in time, she couldn't help but reveal a grateful look. Lin Feng asked, "Are you all right?" Fortunately, young master arrived in time. The beautiful woman said, "It's good that you're fine," Lin Feng said. Then, he sped up and rushed down. The little zombie group didn't seem to be deliberately targeting Lin Feng and the others. It was just that when they left the tomb, they happened to bump into Lin Feng and the other two. Therefore, The little zombie group didn't chase after Lin Feng and the other two. Instead, they quickly flew outside. Lin Feng and the other two dove down. The lower they flew, the surrounding aura became more and more sinister and terrifying. Finally, they landed at the bottom of the tomb. The surroundings were filled with black fog, and the atmosphere was also somewhat gloomy. It was as if they had arrived at the 18th level of hell. The new book, Devouring the Heavens, is very exciting. Please use your little hands to read it on QQ. Old Man 2 thanks everyone. Genius 1 second remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 5463. The three of them walked through the bottom of the tomb. Lin Feng had been thinking about a problem. Why did the Yin corpse capture Dongfang Yin? If it wanted to eat Dongfang Yin, it could have done so directly. There was no need to capture Dongfang Yin, right? Since that was the case, that meant the Yin corpse captured Dongfang Yin. There must be another reason. As for the reason, he did not know for the time being. Lin Feng could not help but have some evil thoughts in his heart. Could it be that the Yin corpse had taken a fancy to Dongfang Yin? Damn. If that was the case, then it would really be a pity for such a peerless beauty. I can feel her aura. She is getting closer and closer to us. The beautiful woman said. Everyone, be careful. Lin Feng reminded them in a deep voice. The closer the other party was to them, the more dangerous it was for them. This was because the Yin corpse was definitely there. Lin Feng even suspected that the Yin corpse had already discovered them. After walking for 15 minutes, Lin Feng and the rest came to a main tomb chamber. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Suddenly, lights flickered around them, one ancient lamp after another. They lit up. The expressions of Lin Feng and the other two could not help but change slightly. They looked around. It was empty. There was nothing. However, they could not help but feel a chill run down their spines. In other words, they had been targeted. The Yin corpse. It was watching them in the dark. Why are you hiding your head and showing your tail? Don't tell me you don't even have the courage to come out and meet me? Lin Feng said in a deep voice. Ha 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 ha. At this moment, bursts of bell-like laughter suddenly rang out. Women. It was a woman's voice. Lin Feng was very surprised. He didn't expect that. There was actually a woman's voice. Listening to this voice, it seemed to be quite pleasant. Lin Feng couldn't help but ponder. Was that woman Dongfang Yin? It shouldn't be Dongfang Yin, right? If it wasn't Dongfang Yin, then there was only one possibility. Was that woman a Yin corpse? The Yin corpse was a female? Lin Feng hadn't thought of this before. If it was a female corpse, then it was obvious that Dongfang Yin was not captured to be a slave. He must have other motives. What are you laughing at? Lin Feng asked. Brat, are you trying to goad me into coming out? Fat Zombie said. Bah, do you think I would use such a lowly method? You underestimate me too much. Lin Feng said. Then who are you? Sure was puzzled. I heard that your voice sounded quite nice, so I wanted to see what you looked like. Some women have nice voices and beautiful faces, such as this peerless beauty beside me. Lin Feng said. Hearing this, the beautiful woman's face turned slightly red, and then she rolled her eyes at Lin Feng. Lin Feng immediately wailed in his heart. Beauty, big sister, I was just using you as an example. You don't have to throw flirtatious glances at me, do you? As a new era woman, we have to follow the 3 obedience and 4 virtues. Lin Feng felt that the beautiful woman was an indecent person, because he always felt that the beautiful woman was throwing flirtatious glances at him. From time to time, she would make some seductive actions. Endure. I will endure. Lin Feng pretended not to see it. He continued, some women only have nice voices. As for their looks, they are just that. I am the most beautiful woman in the world. If you see me, you will definitely be captivated by me. Shi Feng said, I think you are the most boastful person in the world. The most beautiful woman in the world. You have the nerve to say such words. Lin Feng curled his lips and said, he naturally did not believe Shi Feng's words. Who was the most beautiful woman in the world? If Lin Feng had to choose one of the many beauties he had seen, Lin Feng felt that it would be the Empress, or Lu Huaxian. Her beauty was also extremely stunning. Then I will let you see how beautiful I am. Sure, Feng said. Next, a woman walked out. The woman was wearing a pink dress. That dress was translucent. It was like a spring shower. Looking at her figure again, she was really quite tall and charming. Her face was exquisite and beautiful, especially her pair of watery eyes, charming and moving. Every move. She had a kind of charm that could charm the world. It's not Sure Feng, it's a beautiful ghost. Be careful. The Demon Lord sent a voice transmission. After hearing the Demon Lord's voice transmission, Lin Feng's heart couldn't help but tremble slightly. Beautiful ghost. Needless to say, he knew what it was. It was the kind of ghost that specialized in seducing men and devouring their young energy to increase their cultivation. Such ghosts were usually extremely beautiful. Otherwise, they wouldn't be called amorous ghosts. Lin Feng was still puzzled just now. He felt that this woman had an indescribable smell of prostitution on her body. So she was a beautiful ghost. He had thought that she was a corpse. However, since she was a beautiful ghost, why did she capture Dongfang Yin? Logically speaking, a beautiful ghost should capture male cultivators to make up for it. Dongfang Yin was a woman. Could it be that this beautiful ghost was a lesbian? She liked women. Damn. Could it really be like this? Lin Feng had seen lesbians before. For example, Madame Chi that Lin Feng had subdued back then. It was just a lily flower. So, some ghosts within blood were also lesbians. It seemed to be understandable. Am I beautiful? After the beautiful ghost came out, she started to flirt with Lin Feng. It had to be said. The beautiful ghost was really beautiful. Not only beautiful, that charming temperament on her body was simply crazy. She was indeed a beautiful ghost. Every move was full of seductive temperament. Even the beautiful woman beside him didn't seem to be as seductive as the beautiful ghost. Lin Feng really wanted to say, "You are so ugly," but he was too embarrassed to say it. After all, these words. It was too unconscionable. "You are very beautiful as a flower," Lin Feng replied. "Am I beautiful?" The beautiful ghost then looked at Tao Tai and asked, "Beautiful, so beautiful." Tao Tai's eyes began to become confused. However, the beautiful ghost didn't ask the beautiful woman. The beautiful woman was a woman. Moreover, the beautiful woman liked men. She wasn't a lesbian. No matter how beautiful the beautiful ghost was, it didn't have any lethality to the beautiful woman. It would probably only make the beautiful woman jealous. Come quickly. I'll serve you well," said Lin Feng. The beautiful ghost waved at Lin Feng and Tao Tai. He didn't know why. Lin Feng suddenly felt a little dizzy. Come on. He heard the beautiful ghost calling him. When Lin Feng looked over, he found that the beautiful ghost was still waving at him. Moreover, Lin Feng had a strong idea in his heart. That was to walk towards the beautiful ghost. Even if there was a mountain of fire in front of him, he had to walk towards the beautiful ghost. Obviously, the beautiful ghost's means were too powerful. Lin Feng fell for it. Not only Lin Feng fell for it. At this moment, Tao Tai, who had turned into Wan Shitian, was also affected. Both of their bodies walked towards the beautiful ghost uncontrollably. Genius 1 second. Remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 5464. Lin Feng and Tao Tai were hit. However, the beautiful woman was not hit. She was a woman. So, no matter how powerful amorous ghosts' moves were, they couldn't do anything to her. It didn't cause any charm. The beautiful woman was now very awake. Seeing Lin Feng and Tao Tai walking towards amorous ghost, she hurriedly shouted, "Hurry up and wake up." Her shout contained the power of Taoism. The power of Taoism. It could remove a lot of negative effects. So, Lin Feng and the Tao Tai came back to their senses. When the two of them woke up, the two of them were so scared that they broke out in a cold sweat. It was too dangerous just now. If they walked to amorous ghost's side, how could there be a good ending? Thank you. Lin Feng and Tao Tai hurriedly thanked the beautiful woman. You're welcome, the beautiful woman said. Slut, you ruined my good deed. You really deserve to die. Amorous ghost looked at the beautiful woman with cold eyes. She directly condensed a ghost claw. She grabbed towards the beautiful woman, wanting to use that ghost claw to directly destroy the beautiful woman. The aura of that ghost claw was too terrifying. The power was too strong. The beautiful woman's body was directly imprisoned. That amorous ghost was too strong. Under the situation where her body was imprisoned, the beautiful woman naturally had no way to resist the attack of the ghost claw. Death, right in front of her. The situation was dangerous. Extremely bad. But at this extremely dangerous moment, Lin Feng made his move. He took out 36 bamboo swords. The 36 bamboo swords suddenly swept through the air. Bang! The ghost claw shattered. Young master, you're so bad. How can you help this woman deal with me? I'm so sad. Amorous Ghost said in a sweet voice. She had a delicate and pitiful look. Lin Feng sneered and said, Don't think about tempting me. I've learned my lesson. Your methods. It's useless to me now. Amorous Ghost said with a heartbroken look. It seems that young master has taken a fancy to that ugly woman beside you. So he doesn't want to live together with me, right? Young master's taste is truly unique. Ugly woman? The beautiful woman trembled with anger when she heard the way Amorous Ghost addressed her, because the beautiful woman was extremely charming. But now, she was actually called an ugly woman by Amorous Ghost. Which woman didn't love beauty? Which woman wouldn't want others to praise her for her beauty? Which woman would be willing to be called an ugly woman? Right now, the Amorous Ghost actually dared to humiliate a beautiful woman. Of course, the beautiful woman was very angry. Now, the beautiful woman couldn't wait to cut this beautiful ghost into 8 pieces and cut her into 1,000 pieces. However, the amorous ghost was too powerful. The beautiful woman was no match for the amorous ghost. Lin Feng sneered. He tried to use his eye of origin to observe amorous ghost. He wanted to see what kind of ghost this amorous ghost was. Lin Feng had an intuition. He felt it. Amorous ghost looked like this now. Actually, it wasn't her original appearance, because ghosts gave people the feeling of darkness, ugliness, and fierceness. How could a ghost be so beautiful and moving? Even if Lin Feng didn't manifest his Eye of Origin now, he could also use the power of the Eye of Origin. When Lin Feng used his Eye of Origin to observe Amorous Ghost, his expression immediately changed slightly, because Amorous Ghost was really too ugly. Half of her face was completely rotten. The other half of her face had a few centipede-like scars. After seeing Amorous Ghost's true face, Lin Feng almost vomited. But Amorous Ghost didn't know that Lin Feng could actually see what her original appearance was. So, she was still seducing Lin Feng. Young master, come over here. Aren't I 1,000 times, 10,000 times more beautiful than that ugly monster? I'm so hot. Can you help me take off my clothes? Amorous Ghost gently fanned her hands, and she kept changing all kinds of postures to seduce Lin Feng. The beautiful woman was very angry, because Amorous Ghost had just humiliated her again. Tao Dai didn't dare to look at Amorous Ghost. He was afraid that he would be tempted by Amorous Ghost like before. Lin Feng saw Amorous Ghost's true appearance. Naturally, he wouldn't be tempted by Amorous Ghost. Now that he thought about Amorous Ghost's true appearance, he still felt like vomiting. Lin Feng looked at the angry, beautiful woman and said, You don't have to be angry because of her words, because I saw her true appearance. After hearing Lin Feng's words, Amorous Ghost's face became extremely gloomy. The beautiful woman's eyes suddenly lit up because Lin Feng's words clearly didn't dare to compliment Amorous Ghost's appearance. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said such words just now. Lin Feng said, Half of her face is rotten, and the other half is covered with centipede-like scars. I think you should know what she looks like, right? The beautiful woman hurriedly nodded. She looked at Amorous Ghost with a mocking gaze and said, You have the nerve to say that I'm ugly when you look like that? Do you have some misunderstanding about the word ugly? After being exposed by Lin Feng, Amorous Ghost was very angry. She screamed angrily, Do you think I want to be like this? I used to be very beautiful, and I was the goddess in countless people's hearts. But now, I've become so ugly. I'm not willing. I want to become beautiful again. When the amorous ghost roared, she returned to her real appearance. After seeing her true appearance, Tao Dai felt disgusted. Tao Dai felt disgusted and said, I was actually tempted by such an ugly thing. I really want to bang my head against a wall and die. Lin Feng rolled his eyes and said, Will you die if you don't say that? If you didn't say that, I would have forgotten about this matter. Where's my daughter? The beautiful woman looked at Amorous Ghost and asked. I'm your daughter, said Lin Feng. Amorous Ghost said with a smile. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. He then thought of something, and his eyes lit up. Then, he said, I know why you captured Dongfang Yin. You're really too ugly right now. You can't accept your current appearance, so you want to possess someone else. You naturally won't like women with great talent and ordinary looks. You also don't like beautiful women with ordinary talent. Because it will obstruct your cultivation, Dongfang Yin is young, beautiful, and has heaven-defying talent. She's the perfect person for you to possess. Am I right? After hearing Lin Feng's words, the beautiful woman's expression suddenly changed. Lin Feng said, Don't worry, she hasn't possessed Dongfang Yin yet. Otherwise, she wouldn't look like this. Hearing this, the beautiful woman was slightly relieved. Amorous Ghost looked at Lin Feng and said, I have to say you're quite smart, but there's one thing you're wrong about. Lin Feng asked, What is it? Amorous Ghost said, I'm not trying to possess that woman. Instead, I'm using the soul transfer technique to exchange our souls with our bodies. Genius 1 second. Remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 5465. The Great Soul Transfer Technique was simply too evil. Just think about it. After the soul and body exchange, the soul of the beautiful ghost entered Dongfang Yan's body. The beautiful ghost became Dongfang Yan, and Dongfang Yan's soul entered the beautiful ghost's body. From then on, Dongfang Yan became a beautiful ghost. It was a life worse than death. After the beautiful ghost took control of Dongfang Yan's body, she could live a normal life. You bitch, give my daughter back to me. The beautiful woman looked at the beautiful ghost with eyes full of anger. The beautiful ghost's ghost claw gently waved in the air. Suddenly, an altar appeared behind her. There was a pillar on top of the altar. A beautiful woman was tied to the pillar. That beautiful woman vaguely resembled the beautiful woman. Obviously, that beautiful woman should be Dongfang Yin. It was just that Dongfang Yin was now sealed, so she couldn't speak. Yin. When the beautiful woman saw Dongfang Yin, she immediately shouted excitedly. Dongfang Yin also saw the beautiful woman. Her body began to struggle, but she couldn't break free. What a touching scene of mother and daughter reuniting. I am a kind ghost, so I can let you mother and daughter communicate. The beautiful ghost couldn't help but say sinisterly. Then, she removed a part of the restriction on Dongfang Yan's body. Dongfang Yin could immediately speak. Mother, hurry up and leave. Don't worry about me. Dongfang Yin shouted loudly. Dongfang Yin knew how terrifying the beautiful ghost was. It was impossible for her mother and two helpers to save her. Dongfang Yin hoped that her mother could escape quickly. Perhaps she could still save her life. Yin, don't worry. Mother will definitely save you, the beautiful woman said. Then, she looked at Lin Feng and said, Young master, please take action to stall the beautiful ghost. I will go save Yin. Yes. Lin Feng nodded. He rushed towards the beautiful ghost with Tao Tai. Take someone's money, take their trouble. This principle, Lin Feng naturally understood. Lin Feng took out 36 bamboo swords and slashed towards the beautiful ghost. Lin Feng's 36 bamboo swords were specially used to restrain blood ghosts like the beautiful ghost. Swish, swish, swish. The speed of the 36 bamboo swords was too fast. In the blink of an eye, they were already in front of Amorous Ghost. Then, he charged toward Amorous Ghost. Facing the attack of the 36 bamboo swords, Gorgeous Ghost couldn't help but sneer. The nails on her claws began to turn. In the blink of an eye, unexpectedly, it had already become more than a meter long. Her 10 fingernails were her weapon. Clang, clang, clang. A series of clanging sounds could be heard. Amorous Ghost's fingernails unexpectedly swept away Lin Feng's 36 bamboo swords. He's too strong. Lin Feng's face was full of shock. One had to know. The 36 bamboo swords were extremely effective against these evil ghosts. but they were still sent flying by the beautiful ghost. This could only mean one thing, and that was amorous ghost's cultivation had reached an unfathomable level. She was now a sexy ghost. It was unimaginably terrifying. You dare to show off your insignificant skills? What a joke. Amorous Ghost said sinisterly. Then, she sent a palm strike towards the beautiful woman. A giant energy handprint condensed in the void. That energy handprint ruthlessly bombarded the beautiful woman's body. Wah! After taking the terrifying attack of the energy handprint, the beautiful woman directly spat out a mouthful of blood, and her body was sent flying. Although the beautiful woman's cultivation was not bad, compared to Gorgeous Ghost, it was too far away. Mother! Seeing the beautiful woman fall to the ground, Dongfang Yin immediately cried out in horror. Her heart, it had sunk to the bottom of the valley, because, she felt, her mother. She was likely to die here. This made her very sad. After injuring the beautiful woman, Gorgeous Ghost continued to attack Lin Feng. Barrier break. Tao Tai transformed into his original appearance, and then directly rushed toward Amorous Ghost to kill her. It used its own unique skill. At the same time, under the control of Lin Feng, the 36 bamboo swords also slashed towards Gorgeous Ghost. Lin Feng and Tao Ye's cooperation was extremely tacit. When Tao Tai and Gorgeous Ghost were fighting, it was time for the 36 bamboo swords to explode. Soon, Tao Tai came to Gorgeous Ghost's side. Bang! Tao Ye's claw and Gorgeous Ghost's claw fiercely collided. It was as if two stars in the starry sky world had fiercely collided. The next moment, Tao Tai was directly sent flying. You should know. The current Tao Tai. He had broken through to the Saint Realm. Before the breakthrough, Tao Tai could already compete with some experts of the Saint Realm. The current Tao Tai. His combat strength was much stronger than before. However, he was still sent flying with one move. He was no match for Gorgeous Ghost at all. Gorgeous Ghost was really too powerful. Lin Feng's 36 bamboo swords had already come at this time. Lin Feng hoped that the 36 bamboo swords could show their great power and severely injure Gorgeous Ghost. Gorgeous Ghost's ghost claw suddenly swept. Many bamboo swords were swept away. However, 5 or 6 bamboo swords also came to Gorgeous Ghost's side. Then, they slashed towards Gorgeous Ghost's body fiercely. Puff, puff, puff. With a tearing sound, Gorgeous Ghost's body was torn apart by the bamboo swords. However, those were just a few wounds. They were not particularly serious at all. Gorgeous Ghost was really so powerful that it was almost abnormal. You hurt me. I want you dead. Gorgeous Ghost roared angrily. He was hurt by an ant in her eyes. Gorgeous Ghost couldn't accept this. Gorgeous Ghost's right hand swept across the void. Then, 5 cold lights condensed into 5 claw lights. 5 claw lights swept towards Lin Feng. After feeling the power of the claw lights, Lin Feng's expression changed greatly. He quickly activated the Dominator's armor. At the same time, he took out the Phoenix Shield. Lin Feng pushed the power of the Phoenix Shield and the Dominator's armor to the peak. However, when the 5 claw lights swept over, Lin Feng was still swept away. Lin Feng had been injured by the shockwave of the attack. Lin Feng felt as if his body was about to explode. 2 top true treasures couldn't withstand Gorgeous Ghost's attack. What level was Gorgeous Ghost at? Above the 5th or 6th level of the Saint Realm? Lin Feng felt that it was very possible. He felt bitter in his heart. He really didn't expect Gorgeous Ghost to be so terrifying. At this time, Gorgeous Ghost teleported and came to Lin Feng's side. She directly imprisoned Lin Feng's body. Her sharp claws stabbed towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng felt the aura of death enveloping his body. Not good. Lin Feng's face became pale. He couldn't use the heaven patching technique now. Was he going to die? Genius 1 second. Remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 5466. Crack. At this critical moment, a big hand suddenly stretched out. Then, it grabbed Amorous Ghost's wrist. After seeing this scene, Lin Feng turned his head to look. He suddenly became excited. Because the one who appeared here and grabbed Amorous Ghost's wrist was actually a savage. It was really a case of wearing out iron shoes in vain. It didn't take any effort at all. Savage. He actually appeared at such a critical moment. It's you. After seeing the savage, Amorous Ghost's expression suddenly changed. She probably knew the savage. After all, before, the savage entered the group of immortal tombs and took away something, and a great battle broke out. It was normal for Amorous Ghost to know the savage. The savage forced Amorous Ghost to retreat. Amorous Ghost also did not continue to attack the savage. It was just that her expression was extremely ugly. He is the one I protect, the savage said. Hearing this, Amorous Ghost's pupils violently contracted. Then she said, I didn't expect him to have such a background. I can give you face, this kid and the people who came with him. You can take them away, but that woman called Dongfang Yin, you can't take her away. Lin Feng said, Senior, I accepted 2 teleportation stones from Dongfang Yan's mother, so I agreed to help her save Dongfang Yin. Senior, please save my daughter. I beg you. The beautiful woman also begged. The savage didn't look at the beautiful woman. He didn't want to care about the life and death of people who had nothing to do with him. However, since Lin Feng said so, the savage would still take care of it. The savage said, that girl, I also want to take her away. The beautiful woman wept with joy. Dongfang Yin also became extremely excited. Savage. Too powerful. If the savage made a move, she might really be saved. Don't go too far. Amorous Ghost said coldly. It's not too much. The savage's answer was very simple. You should test the consequences. Amorous Ghost said coldly. Even your father doesn't dare to speak like this in front of me. Who do you think you are, to dare to say such words in front of me? If it wasn't for your father's face, I would have already beaten you to death when you attacked my guardian. Savage said coldly. Hee hee, brother Savage, you're really impressive. At this moment, a strange laugh was heard. Next, a living being walked out of the darkness. That living being was a skeleton. However, he was wearing an imperial robe and a crown. He was dressed like an emperor. But after seeing this existence, Lin Feng felt an unprecedented sense of danger. This existence, it was absolutely terrifying. After all, even Amorous Ghost was so powerful. What about Amorous Ghost's father? Who would have thought? She actually had a father? It seemed that Amorous Ghost's background was really extraordinary when she was alive. Brother Gue Sha, why speak in such an eccentric manner? Savage said with an indifferent expression. This is the ancient tomb of the immortals. The being that the barbarians call Ghost Fiend said. Of course I know. Savage said. The master hasn't woken up yet, but that's not a reason for you to behave so atrociously here. Gue Sha said. There's another exalt? Lin Feng suddenly felt a headache coming on. This place. Was it so dangerous? It was really terrifying beyond imagination. I'm not afraid even if he wakes up, Savage said. Gue Sha's eyes suddenly focused and said, I heard that your 6 paths of reincarnation is unparalleled in the world. When I was alive, I didn't experience the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Now that I've returned, I want to experience the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Sure, Savage said. Ghost fog covers the sky. Suddenly, Gue Sha coldly shouted. He directly launched an attack on the savage. Boundless ghost chi seemed to cover the sky and the sun. The ghostly aura shrouded the barbarians. When he felt those ghost chi, Lin Feng felt that his body and consciousness seemed to be about to fall into endless darkness in an instant. Gue Sha's attack was really too terrifying. It made one's heart tremble. It made one feel terrified. But at this time, Savage walked step by step towards Gue Sha. Those ghost chi, it actually began to dissipate quickly. Ghost exterminating the world, Gue Sha coldly shouted. It directly turned into a heavenly law embodiment. Then it pounced on the savage. 6 paths of reincarnation. The savage's voice was indifferent. When the savage's voice fell, Lin Feng saw that the savage had actually disappeared. In the void, 6 huge black holes appeared. Every black hole, they were all distorting the void. Those 6 black holes, it seemed to represent the 6 paths. The 6 paths of reincarnation was a sacred art. At different levels, the power, shape, and so on were all different. What level had the savage cultivated the 6 paths of reincarnation to? Lin Feng wasn't particularly clear, but Lin Feng felt the 6 paths of reincarnation must have been cultivated to an extremely profound level by the savage. 6 black holes. It seemed to be able to suppress the heavens. It seemed to be able to destroy the universe. It seemed to be able to destroy the era. This was the 6 paths of reincarnation. The world could be destroyed. The era could be destroyed. But the Tao would not be destroyed. Tao. It was eternal. The 6 black holes rushed towards the heavenly law embodiment that Gue Sha had transformed into. At this moment, everyone's gaze. They were all looking at the 2 people who were fighting. No one knew. What would the result of this battle be? Lin Feng and the others naturally hoped that the savage would win. An amorous ghost hoped that her father would win. Bang! The 2 sides fiercely collided. Everyone saw Gue Sha's heavenly law embodiment. It was actually broken by the savage's 6 paths of reincarnation. The heavenly law embodiment that Gue Sha had transformed into was beaten back to its original form. Gue Sha himself was even forced to retreat. His face was pale. Gue Sha's gaze was as gloomy as it could be. The savage did not continue to attack Gue Sha. The 6 black holes once again transformed into the savage's appearance. The savage said, "Brother Gue Sha, the outcome has been decided. Do you have anything else to say?" Gue Sha said, "All right, you win." Immediately, Gue Sha waved his sleeve. It wrapped around Amorous Ghost. Then it quickly disappeared. "Hurry up and save her. Let's quickly leave this place." The savage said. Lin Feng nodded. He quickly flew above the altar, cut the chains, and released Dongfang Yan's seal. It was just that Dongfang Yan's body was relatively weak. She directly fell into Lin Feng's arms. "Fairy Dongfang, are you all right?" Lin Feng asked with concern. "Thank you for saving me, young master. My body is very weak now. Please help me." Dongfang Yan said with a red face. Lin Feng nodded, his left hand holding Dongfang Yan. The beautiful woman struggled to get up. However, her body was injured and her body was weak. She could not help take care of Dongfang Yan, so she could only let Lin Feng hold Dongfang Yan. The few of them did not stop and quickly flew upwards. Genius 1 second. Remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 5467. After Lin Feng and the others came out of the great tomb, the savage took everyone and quickly flew outside. The savage was probably afraid of the master that Gue Sha had mentioned, so he wanted to leave quickly. If it was the savage himself, he might not be afraid of the master. But if he took them with him, he would have to be afraid of the master. Who knew? What would the master do to them? Caution is the parent of safety. This sentence was very reasonable. Fortunately, Lin Feng and the others smoothly left the ancient tomb of immortals. "Congratulations on escaping, fairy," Lin Feng said with a smile. "Thank you, young master." "Thank you, young master's friend." "Thank you, senior." Dongfang Yan thanked the 3 of them. The savage did not seem to hear, and his expression was somewhat dull. The Taotai said with a smile, "If you really want to thank us, then give us a few more teleportation stones." Dongfang Yan said with a bitter smile, "I really don't have a teleportation stone on me. This kind of thing is quite rare, and even I would find it difficult to get one." Lin Feng said, "This guy is joking with you. We've already accepted your mother's teleportation stone." Then, Lin Feng continued, "How's your recovery going, celestial girl?" After hearing Lin Feng's question, only then did Dongfang Yan realize that she was still half leaning in Lin Feng's arms. This hug was really warm. Dongfang Yan blushed and said, "Thank you, young master, for bringing me here. I can move now." Lin Feng nodded and let go of Dongfang Yan. He said, "The 2 of you, let's part here. If fate wills it, we'll meet again." Then, Lin Feng, the savage, and the Taotai left together. Looking at Lin Feng's back as he left, the mother and daughter both had a feeling of disappointment and loss. Dongfang Yan said, "Mother, who do you think that young master is? How could he have such a powerful protector?" The beautiful woman said, "I'm not too sure. His identity is too mysterious. He's like a mystery. The beautiful woman's eyes were somewhat blurred, but soon he recovered his mind and said, "Let's go. Let's meet up with our clansmen, and then quickly leave this place. I secretly entered the group of immortal ancient tomb. Now they must be looking for me everywhere." Lin Feng and the other two came to a place called the City of Immortals. This was an ancient city relatively close to the ancient tomb of the immortals. People came and went, and it was very lively. Lin Feng and the other two found a courtyard and rented it. Tao Dai did not disturb Lin Feng and the savage. She went back to her room to rest. Lin Feng and the savage sat down in the living room. "Senior, I heard that you were injured. How are you feeling now?" Lin Feng asked. The savage replied, "It's fine now." Then, he said, "Your cultivation progress is not bad, much faster than I expected. Moreover, I didn't expect you to enter the time reversal world. In truth, even if you didn't come in, when I went out and saw you, I would have sent you here to quickly increase your cultivation, because we don't have much time left." Lin Feng's expression changed slightly, and he said, "Senior, are you saying that the Armageddon War is coming?" The savage nodded and said, "Soon. I can feel it. That day is not far away. However, I'm not particularly clear about the specific time. It depends on what the master of the mastermind's world is like." Lin Feng smiled bitterly. It was indeed too urgent. Lin Feng asked, "If the Armageddon War comes, does the myriad worlds have the power to resist it?" The savage replied, "There are some who can resist it. However, it will be very difficult to resist it. Nothing is certain, but perhaps there's still a chance." The savage then said, "You shouldn't be thinking about these things for now. What you should be thinking about is increasing your cultivation. I have some things left behind by your ancestor, Lin Qi. It's time to give them to you." Hearing this, Lin Feng became excited. Ancestor Lin Qi was an existence that had dominated the world. How powerful was he? Lin Feng didn't know. The only thing he knew was that Ancestor Lin Qi was absolutely heaven-defying, and he might have even surpassed the Saint Realm. Such a powerful existence. The things he had left behind, they were definitely extraordinary. The savage took out the items. There were 3 in total. The first item, a jade tube. The second item, a piece of jade. The third item, an ancient book. These 3 items had been left behind by Ancestor Lin Qi. "Can I see what these 3 items are now?" Lin Feng asked impatiently. The savage said, "They're yours, so of course you can see them. However, I suggest that you go back to your room and see them." "All right." Lin Feng accepted the items. "I'm going back to my room. Senior, you should also go back and rest," Lin Feng said. The savage nodded. Lin Feng returned to his room. Then, he took out the 3 items again. Lin Feng picked up the jade tube, and his spiritual will invaded the jade tube. Then, a deep expression of shock appeared on his face. Then, he revealed an expression of ecstasy again. 6 paths of reincarnation. Inside the jade tube, it actually recorded the 6 paths of reincarnation. This era, the supreme technique of the human race. 6 paths of reincarnation. It was actually recorded here. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Lin Feng laughed out loud. The 6 paths of reincarnation that he had dreamed of obtaining. Now, he had actually gotten it. Lin Feng felt that he was getting carried away. If he was getting carried away, so be it. So what? He had obtained the 6 paths of reincarnation. It was really too great. It was really too exciting. One could imagine. Once he cultivated the powerful sacred art of the 6 paths of reincarnation, his own fighting strength, what kind of terrifying level would he reach? Lin Feng was excited for a long time. Only then did he calm down a little. He then looked at the second item. It was that piece of jade. Lin Feng didn't know what was so special about that piece of jade. His divine sense invaded the jade stone. Lin Feng tried to see if he could sense any special content. Boom. When Lin Feng's godly awareness connected with the jade stone, he was astonished. Suddenly, the world spun. Lin Feng felt as if he had been pulled into a mysterious world. This world, it emitted an ancient and immortal aura. Where is this? Lin Feng was puzzled. This is a memory world that I left behind, At this moment, a voice sounded. Lin Feng turned around and saw a cultivator in the distance. He was surrounded by holy lights, walking towards him step by step. Are you Ancestor Lin Shi? After seeing that cultivator, Lin Feng asked excitedly. Genius 1 second. Remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 5468. The man said, Yes, I'm your ancestor, Lin Shi. What's your name? Lin Feng. Lin Shi smiled. Lin Feng, you must be very curious as to why I left behind such a world, right?
Yes.
Lin Feng nodded. Lin Shi continued, Actually, there are many things I wanted to tell you. But since you haven't broken through to the Saint Realm, there are some things that I can't tell you. Lin Feng was speechless. Of course, even if I don't tell you, you'll slowly find out. Lin Shi continued. Lin Feng's face was covered with tears. It was all because of his low cultivation. If he had broken through to the Saint Realm, he would have found out many secrets today. However, there were no ifs in this world. Lin Shi continued. Today, I'm going to tell you something very important. Lin Feng didn't interrupt. He listened carefully. You should know that my lineage used to belong to the Undying clan, but I left. Lin Shi said. I know. Lin Feng nodded. Lin Feng knew about the grudge between Lin Shi and the Undying clan. Lin Feng even thought that Lin Shi would destroy the Undying clan after he became strong. However, Lin Shi didn't do that. Lin Feng was very curious as to why Lin Shi didn't do that. Lin Shi seemed to know what Lin Feng was thinking. He said, I know you have many doubts in your heart. Actually, it's normal for you to have these doubts. The Undying clan is very special. Back in my era, the Undying 7 Saints were in charge of the Undying clan. I think you should know that the Undying clan is also a clan that has crossed eras, and it's one of the few clans that has solved the problem of declining cultivation. The drop in cultivation base that Lin Shi mentioned referred to those who crossed epochs. When crossing epochs, their cultivation base was at its strongest. With the passage of time, his cultivation would continue to fall. Lin Feng understood this. Generally speaking, it was very difficult to solve this problem. The Undying clan solved this problem, which was why the Undying clan was so powerful. It was so terrifying. Lin Shi continued. The 7 Undying Saints. They were the experts of this era. The Undying clan has a few old antiques that have crossed more than one epoch. They haven't appeared yet. Even though I don't fear them, I don't wish for both sides to suffer. Apart from that, the Immortal clan has a way to baptize the immortal blood. That method is in the hands of a few old people. If you want to reach the peak of the immortal blood, you have to go through a baptism. Therefore, I took a step back and gave my descendants the opportunity to baptize their blood. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat, and he asked, Ancestor, are you saying that I can also go there to undergo the baptism? Yes, Lin Shi said, but I am now opposing the Undying clan. Earlier, I overturned a branch of the Undying clan. Lin Feng said, It's all right. The main branch isn't the same as the branches. Besides, the branches might not have any connection with the main branch. Lin Shi said. After some thought, he continued, Take the jade pendant and go to the Undying clan. Then, you can undergo the baptism. Where is the main branch of the Undying clan? Lin Feng asked curiously. The Undying world. Lin Shi said. Lin Feng shook his head. I heard that they left the Undying world a long time ago. Lin Shi thought for a moment, then said, The Undying world was created by a few old people who crossed epochs. Therefore, the Undying clan took root there. Since they left the Undying world, they might have gone to their ancestral land. Where is the ancestral land? Lin Feng asked. The chaotic Xianhuang world. Lin Shi said. Lin Feng had already been to Hell, one of the 3 worlds. The celestial world was the chaotic Xianhuang world. Lin Feng had never been there. Lin Feng didn't know what kind of world it was, especially the chaotic Xianhuang world. It was too mysterious. The world's understanding of it was very limited. Lin Feng asked, How do I go to the chaotic Xianhuang world? Perhaps you need to enter from the wasteland. Lin Shi said. After pausing for a moment, he continued, As for where to enter the wasteland, every era has a different method of entering. Wait until you enter the wasteland in the future, then you can find out. Okay. Lin Feng nodded. Lin Shi said, that's all I have to tell you. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Shi's body began to turn illusory. Ancestor, I still have something to ask you. Seeing that Lin Shi was about to disappear, Lin Feng hurriedly said, speak. Lin Shi said, Ancestor, are you still alive? Lin Feng asked. Lin Shi smiled and said, take a guess. Immediately, Lin Shi vanished into thin air. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. Can you not be so naughty? Let me guess. How can I guess? Lin Feng really didn't expect Ancestor Lin Shi to have such a funny personality. Swoosh. Light flashed. Lin Feng hurriedly flew out of that world. He came to the outside world. Lin Feng looked at the jade stone in his hand. He kept the jade stone in the time-space. This thing was too important. In the future, when he went to the Undying clan's main branch to undergo the sacred blood baptism, he would have to rely on this thing. Then, Lin Feng looked at the third thing. It was the wordless heavenly book. There really wasn't a word on it. There wasn't even a word on the cover. The surface was pitch black. Inside was a dark yellow paper. There were a total of 3 papers. Lin Feng studied it for a long time, but he couldn't find anything. What the hell was this thing? He had forgotten to ask Ancestor Lin Shi. What a blunder. Demon Lord, do you know what this wordless heavenly book is? Asked Lin Feng telepathically. The Demon Lord glanced at it and pondered. After a long time, he seemed to have thought of something. Then, he said, it seems to be an item from the legends, but I haven't seen it before, so I can't be sure. What is it? Lin Feng asked curiously. A universe map. The Demon Lord said. A universe map? What's that? Lin Feng asked. The Demon Lord said, you already know about the 4 universes. It seems that it's impossible to safely travel between the 4 universes, and the only way is through the universe rifts. But the universe rifts are too dangerous, and almost all saints who enter them die. But it's said that when the 4 universes were formed, there was a universe gate between the universes. Oh? The universe gate connects to different universes. Once you find the universe gate, you can safely travel between the universes. Genius 1 second memorized this site's address. Chapter 5469. Will the other universes be destroyed? Lin Feng asked. Lin Feng had a bold idea. If the other universes were not destroyed then, if he found those universe gates, once this era was destroyed, was it possible to send her out? Send them to the other 3 universes? If he could do that, that would be great. As for the wasteland, that place was too dangerous, and it was very repulsive of outsiders. It was fine for a small number of top experts to enter. If he dared to bring his family over, at that time, he would definitely be attacked by a group. He might die miserably. I haven't been to the other universes, so I don't know the situation there, the Demon Lord said. Lin Feng nodded. Then he said, the universe map doesn't show the map. Could it be that some special methods are needed to activate it? The Demon Lord said, it should be so. Now, we can only take one step at a time. Lin Feng nodded. Now, he could only take one step at a time. No matter what, he couldn't eat a fatso in one bite. Lin Feng put away the wordless heavenly book. Then, he took out the origin of the silver creature from before. Lin Feng planned to refine the silver creature's origin. In this way, he could improve his cultivation. Lin Feng directly swallowed the silver creature's origin and then began to refine it. As the silver creature's origin was refined by Lin Feng's body, Lin Feng's realm began to rise again. But this time, it only rose to the 8th layer of the Sky Immortal realm. It rose by 1 level. Even so, Lin Feng was still very happy. After coming out of seclusion, the savage came to find Lin Feng. I'll take you to a place to temper your cultivation. I hope you can quickly break through to the true immortal realm because I have some matters to attend to. I won't be able to stay here for too long, but I'll leave after you break through to the true immortal realm. Oh? Okay, Lin Feng said. Savage, Lin Feng, and Tao Dai also didn't stay in the ancient city for long. Lin Feng didn't ask where the savage was taking him, because Lin Feng knew that no matter where he went, the barbarians would do it for his own good. The barbarians would not harm themselves. Savage led the way in front. He kept increasing his speed, as if he wanted to train Lin Feng. Lin Feng was especially good at speed, and at the beginning, he was able to follow with ease. However, as time went by, Lin Feng felt himself slowing down. Actually, it wasn't that he had slowed down. It was the barbarian who had sped up. Lin Feng pushed his speed to the limit and traveled through the forest, quickly chasing after the barbarians. Perverts, they're all perverts. Although Cao Dai was already chasing at full speed, he still couldn't catch up with the savage and Lin Feng, and then this guy shouted gloomily. 2 hours later, Cao Dai finally saw the whereabouts of Lin Feng and the savages. Savage was standing in the forest. Lin Feng was lying on the ground, panting heavily, tired, really tired. Lin Feng didn't want to move at all. He had never been so tired before. It was even more tiring than a life and death battle. Cao Dai caught up, panting heavily. He said, "Senior, there's no need to risk your life like this, right? Flying is the most economical, most labor-saving, and most effective method of cultivation," Savage said. Actually, what the savage said was very reasonable. Flying at full speed, his whole body moved. The consumption was huge. When the body recovered, it would stimulate the body's potential. "I don't want to save money. I don't lack money." Cao Tai began to mutter, "I still prefer a comfortable method of cultivation." Lin Feng thought, "What's this? When we reach our destination, we'll know how scary it is. At that time, who knows what we'll have to go through." Of course, Lin Feng didn't say this out loud. What if he scared Cao Tai away? How painful would it be for him to bear such an inhuman cultivation alone? Someone beside him would be unlucky. He felt a little better. Someone's coming. Suddenly, Savage couldn't help but frown slightly. There's no one. Cao Tai looked around, but he didn't see anything. Moreover, his perception was very strong. He couldn't sense anything from a very far distance. "They'll be here soon," Savage said. "Do you want to leave?" Lin Feng stood up and said, "I can't leave," Savage said. Lin Feng's heart couldn't help but tremble slightly. Savage actually said that he couldn't leave. Savage was so strong. He actually said that he couldn't leave. How terrifying was the person who came? Who came? Savage's enemy? Lin Feng's expression couldn't help but become ugly. Not long after, Lin Feng saw it. The blood clouds in the distance churned. In the blood clouds, there seemed to be an unknown existence hibernating. Although Lin Feng didn't see where that terrifying existence was for the time being. But Lin Feng knew. Inside the blood clouds, there must be such an existence. "Senior, who is the existence in the blood clouds?" Lin Feng asked. "The Lord of the Immortal Ancient Tomb," Savage said. Lin Feng suddenly thought of what Gui Sha said. The Lord of the Immortal Ancient Tomb hadn't woken up at that time. Now that he woke up, did he come here specifically for them? F***CK, that's a freakish existence. "Senior, can you beat that guy? If you can't, let's run away," Cao Dai said. The savage simply ignored this fellow Cao Dai. "Savage, when you broke into the immortal ancient tomb, you took away an extremely important thing. Did I make things difficult for you?" A voice came from the blood mist. "No," Savage said. Then Savage added, "Because you were sleeping." Hearing the first sentence, Lin Feng and Cao Dai felt that it was a normal answer. But the last sentence was really a godly one. Lin Feng and Cao Dai. He almost fell head first onto the ground. Was this a slap in the face? Lin Feng found that Savage's level of face slapping was really superb. The Lord of the Immortal Ancient Tomb was obviously angry. He said coldly, "I heard Gui Sha say that you were looking down on me." "I am not," Savage said. Lin Feng and Cao Dai let out a long breath. Fortunately, they didn't say anything scary. The Lord of the Immortal Ancient Tomb's face couldn't help but look better. At this time, Savage said, "I'm just not afraid of you." "Damn, is this a provocation?" Cao Tai was speechless and then hit his head on a stone. "What are you doing? Are you hurting yourself?" Lin Feng said, "The Lord of the Immortal Ancient Tomb is definitely going to die from anger. I tell you, the Lord of the Immortal Ancient Tomb is an existence that no one can provoke. We are definitely finished. I might as well just kill myself." Tao Tai said, "Savage. Very good. You are very good. I didn't expect you to be such an arrogant person." The Lord of the Immortal Ancient Tomb said angrily. His voice contained monstrous killing intent. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 5470. The Savage said, "I'm just talking seriously. How can I be so arrogant? People always look at others with colored glasses." Tao Tai roared from the side. "My ancestor, you're still not arrogant? Look at how angry the Lord of the group of Immortal Ancient Tomb is." However, Tao Tai didn't say these words in the end. "Today, I must teach you a lesson, otherwise in the future, everyone will think that my group of Immortal Ancient Tomb is easy to bully." The Lord of the group of Immortal Ancient Tomb coldly said. The Savage said, "You can't represent the group of Immortal Ancient Tomb. The ones who really represent the group of Immortal Ancient Tomb are the unknown existences in the depths." Preposterous. The Lord of the group of Immortal Ancient Tomb was really angry because such a terrifying existence like him was about to be degraded by the Savage. It was really intolerable. "I'll let you have a taste of my lost art," the Lord of the group of Immortal Ancient Tomb said coldly. A terrifying aura filled the air. Obviously, he had already begun to prepare his supreme divine ability. The Savage sneered, without fear. He also began to prepare his divine ability. He wanted to fight against the Lord of the group of Immortal Ancient Tomb. At this time, above the blood cloud, the void split open, and a small beast flew out. "Fuck your sister. You dare to throw Lousy out. Lousy will draw a circle and curse your whole family." That little beast looked very angry. When he saw the little beast, Lin Feng had a feeling of incomparable astonishment. Because that little beast, he had seen it before. It was a snow-white little beast, wearing a straw hat on its head, and it also wore black sunglasses. Its round body looked quite cute. "Lord Tua. Isn't this Lord Tua?" Lin Feng, the cursed doll, and Lung Zi, she went to the sea god ancient city together. They saw this guy, Lord Tua. At that time, Lin Feng and the others were targeted by a cursed creature, and they couldn't compete with that cursed creature at all. Lord Tua suddenly appeared. Of course, he was just passing by. He didn't want to provoke that cursed creature. But that cursed creature didn't want to let Lord Tua go. That cursed creature wanted to eat Lord Tua, but it was slapped to death by Lord Tua. Lord Tuo's strength was extremely tyrannical. Lung Zishi had said before that Lord Tua might be related to the wasteland. Lin Feng wasn't very clear about Lord Tuo's specific background, but he was sure that his background must be frightening. "What is it?" Seeing Lord Tua appear above his head, the gaze of the Lord of the Ancient Tomb suddenly turned gloomy. A living being had actually appeared above him. It was as if he was being trampled under his feet. How could the Lord of the Ancient Tomb accept this kind of thing? Therefore, the master of the group of immortal tombs was very angry. His eyes flickered with dense killing intent. "Grandpa Tug, hurry up and come here," Lin Feng shouted. He was worried about Lord Tua. Although Lord Tua was very powerful, however, no matter how strong he was, he could not be the opponent of the Lord of the Ancient Immortal Tomb, right? Lord Tua looked at Lin Feng and said, "So it's you. I didn't expect to see you again. What do you want to do with your swords drawn? Fight? It's really interesting. I, Lord Tua, have just appeared here and I can already watch a good show. I just need a stool and a plate of melon seeds." Lin Feng couldn't help but be speechless. What time was this? Lord Tua, this guy. He didn't even notice the danger? He was still chatting over there. Could it be that Lord Tua was so powerful that he could ignore the Lord of the Ancient Tomb? Lord Tua was so strong? Thinking of this, Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. However, what happened next made the corner of Lin Feng's mouth twitch. Because a claw stretched out from the blood cloud and then fiercely slapped Lord Tua. Bang! That tyrannical blow fiercely slapped Lord Tuo's body and directly sent him flying. Bang! Lord Tuo's body fiercely hit a mountain peak, which directly collapsed. Lord Tua was crushed below. He won't be slapped to death, right? Lin Feng couldn't help but wail in his heart. He couldn't help but feel sad for Lord Tuo. No matter what, Lord Tuo had indirectly saved Lin Feng before. So, Lin Feng naturally didn't want anything to happen to Lord Tuo. However, just now, Lord Tuo received a claw from the Lord of the Ancient Tomb. Moreover, he received a claw from the Lord of the Ancient Tomb when he was completely unguarded. How powerful was that claw? Lin Feng even felt that. That claw could blow up a planet. His flesh and blood body withstood that claw. Could he still live? Buzzing here, just like a fly. And now, it's finally quiet. The Lord of the Ancient Tomb sneered. Lin Feng flew towards the broken mountain peak. He wanted to find Lord Tuo. He wanted to see if Lord Tuo was killed. Bang! At this time, troubled times traveled through the air. Lord Tuo flew out. His originally snow-white body was now covered with dust. He really looked a bit embarrassed. Lord Tuo speechlessly said, "I'm just a spectator. Why did you hit me?" The Lord of the Ancient Tomb's mouth couldn't help but twitch slightly. He felt that the situation seemed to be a bit wrong. Logically speaking, that strike just now, the power was so terrifying. This guy in front of him, he should have been slapped to death by now. But he was actually fine. This didn't make sense. Could it be that this little beast was so powerful? However, the Lord of the Ancient Tomb still didn't put Lord Tuo in his eyes. In his opinion, even if this little beast was extraordinary, but it couldn't even avoid his attack. Compared to him, what was it? It was really a difference of 100,000 miles. Little guy, die. The Lord of the Ancient Tomb's voice was cold. He stretched out his claw. It headed towards Lord Tuo. A huge claw instantly arrived in front of Lord Tuo. It pointed at Lord Tuo's forehead. The Lord of the Ancient Tomb obviously wanted to kill Lord Tuo first, and then deal with the barbarians. If the tiger doesn't show its might, do you think I'm a sick cat? Lord Tuo was very angry. It had always been him who bullied others, but now he was being bullied. How could he endure this? When the claw was about to hit him, Grandpa Tug grabbed the claw with one hand. Then his arms suddenly exerted force. Suddenly, the Lord of the Ancient Tomb, who was hidden in the blood cloud, was fiercely thrown by Lord Tuo. Bang, bang, bang. Lord Tuo was like a dead dog, fiercely smashing the Lord of the Ancient Tomb to the ground. The Lord of the Ancient Tomb let out an incomparably angry roar. He struggled violently, but no matter how he struggled, he couldn't break free. Bang, bang, bang. Lord Tuo was still smashing the Lord of the Ancient Tomb to the ground one blow after another, as if he was smashing a dog. After seeing this scene, the corner of Lin Feng's mouth couldn't help but twitch violently. Genius 1 second. Remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 5471. What kind of terrifying existence was the Lord of the Immortal Ancient Tomb? He was actually beaten up by Master Tuo into this appearance. Anyone who saw this scene would feel incredulous. Even the barbarian showed an extremely surprised expression. Master Tuo was really too powerful. Who are you? The Lord of the Immortal Ancient Tomb roared angrily. His eyes had turned blood red. He was now extremely angry, and his hatred was monstrous. However, even if he hated in his heart, what could he do? He could not resist Master Tuo at all. What kind of people have I not seen? But I have never seen a guy like you. Master Tuo slammed the Lord of the Immortal Ancient Tomb to the ground and coldly scolded. Bang, bang, bang. It was a complete one-sided trampling. The Lord of the Immortal Ancient Tomb now even had the heart to die. In fact, Master Tuo's attack could not hurt the body of the Lord of the Immortal Ancient Tomb. However, mental damage. It was unimaginable. It was enough to make the Lord of the Immortal Ancient Tomb almost go crazy. This kind of powerhouse paid too much attention to their face. Sometimes, ruining their reputation was more harmful than hurting their bodies. I was wrong. Spare me. The Lord of the Immortal Ancient Tomb pleaded. What did you say? I didn't hear you clearly. Master Tuo said. Spare me. The Lord of the Immortal Ancient Tomb continued to plead. Not sincere enough. Master Tuo said. It's all my fault. Just treat me like a fart. The Lord of the immortal ancient tomb said. After hearing this sentence, Lin Feng and Tao Dai could not help but roll their eyes. It seemed that the Lord of the immortal ancient tomb was really forced to the point that he had no other choice. Otherwise, with his status and position, he would not have said such words. Tao Dai said, before, this guy was so pretentious, acting like he was number one in the world, but now he has become a coward. There is a good saying, don't be pretentious, or you will be struck by lightning. Lin Feng really had no way to answer this sentence, because Lin Feng also liked to be pretentious. Lord Tuo directly threw the Lord of the ancient tomb to the ground. Lin Feng didn't even know what kind of existence the master of the ancient tomb was, because the terrifying existence was shrouded in a bloody mist the entire time. Therefore, I don't even know what this guy looks like. The master of the group of immortal tombs did not dare to say anything. He quickly fled into the distance. He really didn't want to stay here for a second longer. His arrogance soared to the heavens as he looked disdainfully at the world. But when he left, he was in such a sorry state. It was so dramatic. Grandpa Tuo, why are you here? Lin Feng looked at Lord Tuo and asked. Lord Tuo replied, I'm just strolling around. Master Tuo rolled his eyes and meowed at the savage beside Lin Feng. However, he quickly retracted his gaze. He said, You're really something, kid. Your cultivation has improved quite quickly. Lin Feng replied, It's all right. All right, let's part ways here. I'm sure we'll meet again if fate wills it. Lord Tuo waved his hand. Then he ran away like a wisp of smoke. After Lord Tuo left, the savage said, Let's go too. The savage didn't ask Lin Feng about Lord Tuo's identity. However, Lin Feng remembered that Lord Tuo's gaze was erratic when he looked at the savage. He didn't know if there was a deeper meaning in that gaze. Lin Feng felt that Lord Tuo, this guy, knew the savage. This feeling was very strange, but it was also so strong. Lin Feng originally wanted to ask about the savage, but in the end, Lin Feng gave up. After all, if they really knew each other, they didn't recognize each other. There must be a reason. Therefore, it was better not to ask. Half a month later, Lin Feng and Tao Dai followed the savage to the place the savage said. The place the savage spoke of was an ancient forest. The savage stood on the top of a mountain. Lin Feng and the Tao Dai were standing next to the savage. The savage pointed into the distance and said, Do you see that? That area is called the Land of the Undead. In the depths of the Land of the Undead, there is a cave of the undead. There are many terrifying undead inside. You will be going there to cultivate. To fight against the undead? Lin Feng asked. Yes. The savage nodded and said, Your cultivation is progressing very quickly. Soon, you will break through to the true immortal realm. For cultivators, the true immortal realm is an extremely important threshold. If you can successfully break through to the true immortal realm, you will become an immortal from a mortal. From then on, you will shed your mortal body. However, because your accumulation is too strong, it's not easy to break through. Actual combat is the best way to hone your skills. A battle between life and death can often stimulate a person's potential. I hope that your potential can be completely stimulated. Lin Feng said, I will work hard. Then he asked, How long do I need to cultivate here? The savage looked up and said, Cultivate until you reach the pinnacle of the Sky Immortal Realm. The pinnacle of the Sky Immortal Realm referred to the peak of the Sky Immortal Realm. If one took another step forward, it would be the quasi-true Immortal Realm or the True Immortal Realm. However, Lin Feng did not intend to break through to the quasi-true Immortal Realm. He intended to break through to the True Immortal Realm directly. The savage's meaning was very clear. He wanted Lu Shang to stay here and fight until he reached the pinnacle of the Sky Immortal Realm. This was the most difficult method, and also the most dangerous one. After all, no one knew whether or not they would die at the hands of the undead. The simplest way to break through was to find some opportunities, such as source energy or other precious treasures to increase one's cultivation. However, this kind of breakthrough was difficult to stimulate one's potential. Rest for today. We'll go tomorrow. The savage said. Lin Feng nodded. At night, Lin Feng cooked a delicious meal for everyone. He had all kinds of tools, seasonings, and frozen beast meat. Other than barbecued meat, Lin Feng also made 2 stews, 4 stir-fry dishes, and 2 soups. The savage was not the kind of person who did not eat the food of mortals. On the contrary, he enjoyed the pleasure of eating delicious food. He cherished food very much. Perhaps it was related to his experience when he was young. After all, the savage's life when he was young was too hard. If Lin Shi had not taken him in, he might have frozen or starved to death outside. After eating a delicious meal, everyone found a place to rest. Lin Feng sat cross-legged. Then he began to comprehend the 6 paths of reincarnation. This was the supreme technique of the human race. Lin Feng naturally hoped that he could learn the 6 paths of reincarnation as soon as possible. This technique could definitely play a role in reversing the situation in a life and death battle. 4th update. Because I have to write the outline today, there are only 4 updates today. As for how to write the rest of the content, Old Man 2 needs to think carefully. The book is at the end, so he needs to think carefully. I hope to have a more perfect ending. Genius 1 second. Remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 5472. The 6 paths of reincarnation wasn't easy to cultivate. Lin Feng had been trying to comprehend it, but to no avail. However, he didn't ask Savage. Comprehending the 6 paths of reincarnation required one to rely on oneself. The next day, Lin Feng and Tao Tai headed to the Cave of the Undead to cultivate. To be honest, I really don't want to cultivate in this damned place. You haven't broken through to the true immortal realm, so you have to work hard and break through. I'm different from you. I'm a sage now, an overlord. Why do I have to cultivate so hard? Isn't that just asking for trouble? Tao Tai said. Lin Feng said, What overlord? The war of destruction is coming, so what if you're a sage? Won't you still die when the time comes? Tao Tai let out a sigh. He didn't like what Lin Feng said. Although he didn't like it, he had to admit that Lin Feng's words made sense. Sage was very powerful, but in the Doomsday battle, what does that count for? The world was about to be destroyed, not to mention a mere cultivator. The collapse of an era meant that countless people would die. This was something that was very difficult to reverse. Lin Feng didn't know what would happen in the future. Now, he just wanted to quickly raise his cultivation and increase his strength. At the same time, he hoped that the war of destruction would come later. After all, Lin Feng's cultivation, it was far from being able to resist the war of destruction. Lin Feng and Tao Tai arrived at the Cave of the Undead. A large number of undead gathered in the Cave of the Undead. In corpses, ghost gods, gods, evil spirits, etc. There were simply too many of them. He didn't know why this place would attract so many terrifying undead. A large number of undead charged towards Lin Feng and Tao Tai. Lin Feng used his sacred art and attacked the undead. The undead outside posed no threat to Lin Feng and Tao Tai. The truly terrifying ones were the undead in the Cave of the Undead. According to the savages, the Cave of the Dead Spirits had 18 levels, and the dead spirits on each level were different. Lin Feng and Tao Tai killed their way into the depths and finally arrived at the periphery of the Cave of the Dead Spirits. The Tao Tai said, I heard that the reason why so many dead spirits have gathered in this place has a lot to do with the Cave of the Dead Spirits. Obviously, there are some secrets hidden in the Cave of the Dead Spirits. It's precisely because of those unknown secrets that so many dead spirits have been attracted here. The strangest thing is that once these dead spirits come here, they can't leave. Hearing this, Lin Feng could not help but frown slightly. He said, Maybe we can go inside and see what's going on. Hee, I don't think we have that ability. Tao Tai said, Have some confidence in yourself. Lin Feng said, It's said that from the 14th floor onwards, there are already dead spirits of the Saint Layer. I can't imagine how strong the dead spirits of the 18th floor are. Tao Tai said, There's such a thing? Lin Feng's face couldn't help but reveal a shocked and moved expression. It was indeed too terrifying. It was horrifying. Your protector might have some other purpose for letting you come here, but I don't know what that purpose is. Tao Tai said. Lin Feng pondered for a moment. No matter what the purpose was, the savages wouldn't harm him anyway. Let's go. Let's go in and take a look. Lin Feng and Tao Dai entered the cave of the dead spirits. As soon as they entered, dozens of terrifying Yin gods let out sinister laughter and quickly pounced towards them. The aura emitted from the bodies of those Yin gods. It was simply a hair-raising feeling. Further away, there were many evil corpses, rotten corpses, ghost immortals, and other such existences. Lin Feng and Tao Dai fought with these terrifying dead spirits. Over the next few months, Fangqiu Lin Feng summoned the Stone Man clone, Bibi, Little Black, Little Dragon, and the others. He let them hone their cultivation here. Lin Feng's improvement was extremely obvious. This kind of progress. It wasn't an increase in realm, but the use of sacred art. The use of the Tao. There was a huge improvement. It couldn't be compared to before. In the life and death battles again and again, Lin Feng challenged the limit time and time again, and his potential was stimulated. Moreover, his 6 paths of reincarnation had also been successfully cultivated. 2 years later, many sacred arts had been upgraded to the level of perfection in countless life and death battles. Lin Feng's realm had long entered the peak of the Sky Immortal realm, but he couldn't break through. Bibi and the others also gained a lot. As for the Stone Man clone, it broke through to the Saint realm, which made Lin Feng extremely happy. Tao Ye's cultivation broke through to the 2nd level of the Saint realm. Life and death battles were indeed very effective in honing one's cultivation. Lin Feng and the others killed their way to the 14th level. There were 7 corpse demons entrenched here. These corpse demons were between the 1st and 3rd heavenly layers of the Sage realm. Naturally, they were incomparably terrifying. Lin Feng's side, strictly speaking, only had 2 Saint realm experts, Tao Dai and the Stone Man clone. As for the others, whether it was Lin Feng, Bibi, Little Black, or Xiaolong, they weren't in the Saint realm. Although they were very strong, they still weren't a match for these corpse demons. Lin Feng and the others were defeated by the corpse demons. Originally, Lin Feng and the others wanted to escape. But at this time, Lin Feng realized that one of the treasures in the empty space and time was shaking violently. Lin Feng summoned the treasure. It was the Book of the Dead that Lin Feng had obtained in his early years. The Book of the Dead recorded many methods to summon the dead. But Lin Feng wasn't particularly interested in the methods recorded in the Book of the Dead. Yin, the god of the Book of the Dead, transmitted to Lin Feng, "Master, these dead are incomparably powerful. You can have them sign a contract with the Book of the Dead. When the time comes, they can live in the world formed by the Book of the Dead. Master can also summon them to fight against enemies." In truth, Yin had been extremely depressed these past few years. The Book of the Dead was a heaven-defying treasure, but Lin Feng didn't care much for it. This made Yin feel somewhat helpless. There was nothing he could do if Lin Feng didn't think highly of it. "Oh, the Book of the Dead has such an ability?" Lin Feng said in surprise. "Of course," Yin said. "Master, once you subdue these dead, you'll have a group of Saint Realm experts. When the time comes, you'll be invincible." "Not bad, not bad. How can I subdue these dead?" asked Lin Feng telepathically. "Subduing these dead is very simple. Master, you only need to activate the Book of the Dead. Leave the rest to me." Yin said. "No problem." Lin Feng nodded. Next, an enormous amount of magic power poured into the Book of the Dead. Genius 1 second. Remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 5473. As magic power continued to pour in, the Book of the Dead's undulations became more and more intense. It was also becoming more and more terrifying. The powerful corpse demons that were pouncing towards Lin Feng and the others revealed terrified expressions when they saw the Book of the Dead. Seeing this, Lin Feng's face lit up. The Book of the Dead was actually able to cause such a huge shock to these corpse demons. This was something that Lin Feng hadn't expected. Tao Dai said, "What treasure is this? It's actually so strange. Even these corpse demons don't care about approaching us." "This is the Book of the Dead. It's specially made to restrain these undead." Lin Feng grinned. Yin Xian appeared. Yan's aura was very terrifying. As the god of the Book of the Dead, He had recovered quite well these past few years, and his strength was increasing day by day. More importantly, he could now completely control the power of the Book of the Dead. Dead undead, your lives have already been devoured by the darkness. There is no hope left. But my great master can grant you new life and hope. I am my master's emissary. Kneel and accept the baptism of the Book of the Dead. You will be reborn. Yan's voice rang out. If this guy was chanting an incantation, then so be it. He actually bragged to Lin Feng. What a bootlicker. Tao Dai couldn't help but smirk. Lin Feng nodded. But even though Yin was a bootlicker, Lin Feng felt quite good when he heard it. Who didn't want to hear good words? As soon as Yin finished speaking, numerous runes flew out of the Book of the Dead. Those runes flew towards the corpse demons. Roar. The corpse demons let out deep roars. Then they began to attack the runes that flew out of the Book of the Dead. The corpse demons were very powerful. Many of the runes were destroyed by the corpse demons. However, there were still some runes that came to Shermo's side and drilled into his body. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. He had a feeling. The key to whether or not he could suppress the corpse demons. It was on those special runes. Yin continued to unleash attacks. The runes continued to drill into Shermo's body. As time passed, a large number of runes had already accumulated in Shermo's body. Contract condensation. Yan's voice sounded again. The runes in Shermo's body were forming a contract. The so-called contract should be a master-servant contract with the Book of the Undead. Once both parties signed the contract, these saint-level corpse demons were officially subdued. It was as if he had been converted. He would never betray them again. No, we can't accept this. Some corpse demons let out deep roars. The corpse demons began to struggle, but he struggled for a long time. Nor would he be able to resolve the dangerous situation he was in. As time passed, the struggle of the corpse demons became weaker and weaker. In the end, the corpse demons gave up struggling. A total of 7 saint-level corpse demons knelt on the ground. Master. The 7 corpse demons bowed to Lin Feng. Yin said, Master, I have already subdued these 7 saint-level corpse demons for you. Congratulations on having 7 more corpse demons under your command. Lin Feng smiled and said, You have contributed greatly to subduing these 7 corpse demons. Yin was overjoyed. Today's matter was his turning point. It seemed that everything was going smoothly. Yin said, Master, let me rest for a few days and recover my vitality. We can go to the 15th floor and subdue even more powerful saint-level undead. All right, Lin Feng nodded. Although he didn't want to deal with undead. The reason why he didn't want to deal with undead was because these undead, such as corpse demons and rotting corpses, their bodies were rotten and emitted a foul smell. Lin Feng was naturally disgusted. If it was a corpse demon like the evil Saint Venerable, it would be better because this type of existence wasn't so disgusting. But now was an extraordinary time. Lin Feng indeed needed to recruit more experts. If it was disgusting, then so be it. Lin Feng's mind moved, and in an instant, the 7 corpse demons were absorbed into the undead water. If he moved his mind, the 7 corpse demons could also be summoned. It was very convenient. Lin Feng put away the Book of the Undead. Then, he left with Tao Dai and Bibi. They returned to the mountain where they lived. Because it was already winter, and the mountain was relatively high, the temperature was very low, so it had already begun to snow. Bibi, Blackie, and Xiaolong were playing in the snow. The Emperor Archaic, the Ancestor Insect, and the Devil King Insect were lying on a large tree, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. As for Savage, he had long since been covered in snow. Since a year ago, he had entered a meditative state. Lin Feng and the others didn't disturb Savage. Lin Feng was doing his best to recover his body. 5 days later, Yin recovered. Lin Feng felt that Yan's strength had become even stronger, much stronger than before. Lin Feng asked, After the Book of the Undead signed a contract with those corpse demons, will you become stronger as well? Yin said, Yes, Master. In theory, the more undead the Book of the Undead signs a contract with, the stronger I will become. All right, then let's go to the 15th level of the Cave of Death to take a look, Lin Feng said. Then they flew towards the cave of the undead. It didn't take long. They arrived inside the cave of the undead, because this place would summon a large number of undead every day. Therefore, during this period of time, a large number of undead had gathered in the Cave of Death. Lin Feng and the others acted and cleared away these undead. Ordinary undead were not qualified to be stored in the Book of the Undead. They continued to dive. Finally, they arrived at the 15th level of the Cave of the Undead. A large number of undead occupied this place. Many undead. Their auras were extremely terrifying. Kikik. Sinister laughter came from afar. A female corpse with blood-red hair flew over. The female corpse was wearing a blood-red corpse robe. Her hair covered half of her face. Only half of her face was exposed. The half of her face that was exposed was very beautiful, pure and moving, delicate and pitiful. Yo, it's a beauty. Tao Tai teased. The female corpse said sinisterly, "You have good taste. I won't eat you directly later. I'll suck you dry first, then eat you." Hearing the female corpse's words, Tao Tai's entire body trembled. Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh. Tao Tai pointed at Lin Feng, then said to the female corpse, "If you want to suck young energy, find this brat. This brat is very fierce. Even if you suck him for 10 days and 10 nights, I guarantee that you won't be able to suck his young energy dry." Hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. He had the urge to kick Tao Tai to death. Genius, 1 second. Remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.